Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am your host, Todd Dan Druff Wittelis. This is being brought to you live and recorded live on May 29th, 2025. The time right now, 2:10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And we are among the World Series. The World Series of Poker has started. And, of course, we're going to cover it today as we do every year. I've got several stories already, even though it's just a few days old. In fact, some of the stuff you're going to hear is stuff you're not going to see or hear covered anywhere else in poker media. Because I cover what's interesting, not what necessarily makes the game look good or makes the sponsors happy or anything like that. Because I have no sponsors, so I just cover what I want. So I think you're going to want to hear some of these topics. It's already a different and interesting World Series because it is now run by GG Poker. I'm not going to do the agenda because this is a new era of Poker Fraud Alert Radio. Because you can find the agenda listed when it's in archive format, which is how most of you listen in the podcasting format, and you can see the agenda and the timestamps, you can just read it. You don't need to listen to me talk about the agenda. It's just a waste of everybody's time. So I'm not going to do the agenda anymore. That's dead. So for all you agenda haters, it's gone for good. I made that decision. And no free roll tonight. I keep doing these things kind of spontaneously, so I just don't really see a point of having a free roll, and we're like 5 people. So we'll have a more announced show sometime soon, and we'll have a free roll. It'll happen. The free roll's not dead, at least not yet. Anyway, you cannot call the show. It's another change, which is not a positive change, but it'll change back soon. I just have to get the phones working because Skype died, and with Skype dead, I cannot take calls the way I have the entire run of the show. Skype was what bridged everything together, and without that I cannot have co-hosts, nor can I have phone calls until I do something different. However, what I can have is texts. So if you want to text me, you can do so anytime. 775-372-8355. 775-372-8355 is the number to text me. Don't bother calling me. You won't get through to me. I can't speak to you on the radio right now. But you can text me. I'll read your text on the air, and I will answer what you have to say. You can also go into the chat room. If you have a Poker Fraud Alert Forum account in good standing, you can go right into the chat room there and either chat with other people listening, probably not many people at this time, or just type something there for me to see, and I'll try to answer that as well. Keep in mind, I do everything here. I don't have an engineer. I don't have an assistant. I don't have a co-host right now because I can't have a co-host the way things run. So keep that in mind. So if you're texting me or whatever, I won't get to it immediately, but I will check texts every so often during the show and read them out here. So we have a number of topics we need to get to because it's been a few weeks since we were last on, and it was kind of a short show last time, so I didn't even get to everything I wanted to get to. But most of the topics will be new. A few older topics that I wanted to get to last time that I will cover. But most of it's new stuff, World Series stuff, which, of course, just started like 2 days ago. And a number of Vegas stories I think you guys will enjoy hearing. I know people love the Vegas stuff because, it's Vegas. And just about everybody who listens to this show has been to Vegas. A lot of you go to Vegas often. A lot of you live in Vegas. So Vegas topics always enjoyable on the show. I enjoy doing them. So we have some Vegas stuff tonight, and we have actually a number of topics to cover, so I don't want to waste too much time introducing it. So let's jump right in and start our first topic, which is the World Series of Poker. Now, I just want to introduce this before we get to the things that have happened. I have 5 different things to talk about that have happened so far at the World Series, which has just begun. And we're not even in June yet. We're not even close to June. It's May 29th in the early morning right now. But we already have some things to cover. But before I do that, I want to remind you that the World Series of Poker is now owned by GG Poker. They actually bought it, and they run it. I'm not sure how the compensation works between them and Caesars. It still takes place at Paris and Horseshoe as it has for the last few years. And a lot of the stuff will appear the same to you if you go there. But there's already some differences. There's already some changes that GG Poker has made. And we're going to talk about that extensively tonight. So I just want you to keep that in mind that these new things we're going to talk about, these are GG Poker innovations for better or worse. And the biggest one the biggest change that you'll notice this year, both as a player and as a fan, is the WSOP Plus app. That's WSOP Plus. This app is mandatory if you want to play in the 2025 World Series of Poker. There is no way around it. In fact, Kevmath told a story about an 89-year-old man who had a very old iPhone and could not run this app. And Kevmath spent a long time helping him get registered. But except in rare cases like that, you're expected to get this app and have a device that can run it in order to register and play at the World Series of Poker. So the new smartphone era is finally upon us at the World Series of Poker. It's no longer optional to bring a smartphone to the World Series of Poker. You have to. You have to, because if you don't, you will not be able to play any of the events. The updates are also on the WSOP Plus app. So the days of going to Poker News or WSOP.com, that's not going to help you very much. I don't even know if the updates are there, but you're expected to find it on the WSOP app. Yeah, I can't even find on the World Series of Poker website, which they have redone to be much simpler. People were complaining that the structures weren't up there. They finally are up there. At first, they just posted the schedule with no structures. That pissed people off because every other year they had the structures up well in advance. They've got that going. I don't know why they did it so close to the series. Like day one of the series, which is less than 2 days ago, like 36 hours ago. They got that up there just before then, the structure sheets and other information. But really, if you want to see updates, if you really want to get the useful information about what's going on at the World Series of Poker, you need that WSOP Plus app. Of course, it is a free app to download. And you don't need to log in or give an email address or give any other info. So that's all you need. I've tested it myself. All you got to do is download the app, and without putting anything else, you can read World Series of Poker updates and register. Well, to register, you obviously need to log in. But I'm saying that this is not something that's cumbersome to get going if all you want to do is just observe. So you probably want to get this app if you want to follow the World Series. And that's going to have the most frequent updates of chip counts and stories of what's happening in each event and everything like that. And if you're going to play, you have to have it. So that's one of the new things that has been done for the World Series of Poker 2025. Prior to this year, you did not need a smartphone at all for the World Series of Poker. Poker News had an app called MyStack, which you could use to update your chip counts, and I did use that sometimes. But you didn't have to, and in fact, most people didn't. I think last year it wasn't even working all that well, and now that's just gone. Now, what's interesting about this WSOP Plus app is that they track you very closely. So the days of only covering the people who are notable and the days of the chip counts being way, way behind, all that stuff, it's mostly over. And when I say mostly, there is not a real-time chip count because there's no way to do that from a technical standpoint right now. The chips don't have any RFID signals or anything like that in them. It'd be kind of cool if they did, but they don't. So the chip counts still have to be reported in a fashion that is manual by people going around taking the chip counts. But one thing that is very different, very, very different for this year, is that you can now find anyone who's in an event. You can see their exact table number and seat number. Now, there is a little wrinkle to this. There is a way to list yourself under an alias. You can pick any alias you want. And in fact, we have a story coming up about a pretty interesting alias that ended up causing some controversy at the World Series of Poker at the very first final table of 2025. But yes, you can pick an alias. So if you do not want people to see that you're there, if you don't want people to stalk you, if you don't want your ex-wife knowing that you're playing, if you don't want people who you owe money to come collect it, then you can list yourself under an alias. And hey, I'm not looking to give away for people to dodge payment of money they owe. I'm just telling you, that's something you can do. And I'm sure that's something people will do. So you'll have guys like Ali Imservik, I'm guessing, when he comes to play the World Series this year, provided he comes, probably will not list himself under his real name, because otherwise people will find him right away, and maybe some people will hassle him, and definitely people take pictures and post them online. So people like that, I'm pretty sure, will use an alias. But I already saw a number of people using aliases who really have no reason to hide as far as having done something wrong in the community, but they just want to remain anonymous for any reason. So you can do that, and if you are uncomfortable with your information being seen as far as whether you're playing, what table number you're at, what seat number you're at, etc., then you definitely can use that alias. So that is something you should know. There was some controversy about the verification portion of the WSOP Plus app, because it's supposed to be something that's very easy and automated. It's supposed to take the lines out of the process. It's supposed to make it to where you can easily register for World Series events and not have to deal with the whole standing in long lines bullshit, either for very popular events or on days where a popular event is going at the same time as the one you want to play, even if the one you're playing is not that popular. So that's nice. I mean, it's nice that the World Series of Poker has gotten into the 21st century and that you can do all this now, rather than stand in line 1990 style. I get it. That's nice. The problem was getting this going. Because it's a new app, every single person who signed up had to get what was known as verified. Now, they have to do this because they have to be able to see that you are who you claim to be. So if you sign up on the WSOP Plus app, they need to know that it's really the person that they claim it is. There's various laws surrounding that, and just for the integrity of the game. So you do have to go verify who you are. I assume that they still check ID at the events when you go sit down, so you can't, even if you get someone else to verify for you in their name, I don't think you can go sit down as them. I'm pretty sure they check your ID. But there's no more tournament tickets. You don't have to go get a tournament ticket printed and anything like that. The app does everything else, but you have to do a one-time verification. I don't know if this is going to be true for 2026, if you've already verified in 2025, but in 2025, for sure, you will have to verify before you can play. Now, right now, that's probably not that much of an issue, because the main group of people has already verified. Yes, there's new people coming in all the time who haven't verified yet, haven't played yet, but the big rush of verification is at the very beginning. There was a huge line to verify that was as long as 5 hours by some reports to verify. And the verification just means basically showing up there and showing your ID and giving whatever code comes from the app and connecting any credit cards to it that you want, that you have to show them in person, stuff like that. So it's basically all the prep you've got to do on a one-time basis. And if you were there at the very beginning of the series and wanted to play that Mystery Millions event, which is very popular, then you have to verify first, as did everybody. There were Diamond and 7-star lines to verify, but even those were long. And there were certain other places you could verify that were off the beaten path, such as the main cashier cage at Paris. But that shut down early, meaning that the cage didn't shut down, but the ability to do it shut down early. Then it was all transferred to the World Series area. So you couldn't do that anymore anyway. So that was a bit of a mess, a bit of a hassle. They should have come up with a better way to do this. I understand that it's just something that has to be done, and anything that has to be done by everyone is going to create a line. But what they could have done is just foreseen this and said, okay, we're going to have a tremendous line, so we are going to staff a ton of temp employees to do this. We're going to really, really put a lot of effort to put a lot of staff members, so this way the verification goes quicker. Something like that. Or they could have opened it earlier than they did for verification, for advanced verification. There's various things they could have done which would have been fully legal that could have brought down these lines. Also, what was a little bit stupid was the fact that you could verify not 24 hours a day, but 22 and a half hours a day. For whatever reason, they were closing this from 5 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. Like, why? Why? Like, why not just make it 24 hours? Were they having staffing issues? I don't know. It's weird. Why would they close it? And I say this as someone who likes to come at the off hours and do this. So I would be someone who would come maybe at 5:30 in the morning. I really would. That's the best time to go. If you go there at 8 p.m., it's going to be a tremendous line. If you go the day of the Mystery Millions, it's going to be a tremendous line. So you go at 5:30 a.m., that's when you're not going to get the line. So why would you close during a time where those who are willing to do it, whether it's staying up very late or getting up very early, why close for those 90 minutes? Like, what are they really saving here? Why would they do that? I saw some counter arguments saying, hey, look, it's good they're open 22 and a half hours. Why should they be open 24 hours? It'd be fine if they were open less than that. Well, not really. I mean, it's a casino. Like, why would you shut down for 90 minutes? It's strange. Maybe some kind of record keeping that they had to do in between. It's strange. They never did this before. It was always 24/7 at the cage. So not just the cage, but at the registration area. So I don't know why they closed. I don't know if that applies for the rest of the series, that you just can't do anything from 5 to 6:30 a.m. for tournaments. If that's true, it's stupid. It should just always be open. And that was something nice. That was something I liked at the World Series, was that I could just stroll down there to register at any time I felt like it. So if I was up at 5:30 in the morning, I could do it 5:30 in the morning. If I played cash all night and the game broke at 5:45 in the morning, I could do it then. I never had to think, is it open? The only thing I had to think about is, okay, is there going to be a big line right now? So like if I was playing a cash game and it ended at 2 p.m., yeah, maybe it's not the best time to go over and do that. But it was always open. Never had to worry it was closed. And now you do for about 90 minutes. That was a little bit dumb. On the good side, the WSOP Plus app has been mostly well received, aside from these verification issues. Even Alan Kessler, who finds a reason to complain about everything. I mean, you think I complain about things. He makes me look like an easy customer. I'm serious. If you know Kessler, you know I'm right about this. And I like Kessler. I'm not even bashing him. I actually like Kessler. But he does complain a whole lot, like more than I would ever think of complaining. And even he complimented the World Series for this app and how they've run it so far. So even with the lines for the verification, which I don't know if he stood in, he may have come at a time that the line wasn't bad, but he gave them a big compliment and said that everything's running very smoothly and he's impressed. So when the chainsaw says he's impressed, you know they're doing pretty well. So for the most part, I give them a thumbs up for this WSOP Plus app. When I heard about it, I was a little bit skeptical. I was going, first of all, and this may still be a problem, what about the older people? And I'm getting up there, I'm definitely a technical guy. I'm the one who does all the technical work for this site. I do all the programming, the technical work for the site. Everything on Poker Fraud Alert, including this show, I set up. And I continue to work on and make tweaks to and make updates to. So I'm not the guy who's going to have an issue, even though I'm getting older, even though I'm getting closer and closer to 55 years old. In less than 7 years, I will be 60, and I'll qualify for the super seniors. So I'm not a young guy. But I'm talking about the people older than me. There's a lot of people who don't really use smartphones and apps very much. And really, my parents' generation is a good example of this. People who are in their late 70s or early 80s, and yeah, I know most of them don't play poker tournaments at this point because it's hard. It's hard physically on the body to do, to sit there for all those hours and to concentrate all that time and to stay up all that time. And, it really is harder than you think. And if you think it's not, wait till you're 80 yourself and you'll see what I'm talking about. So you're not going to see many players of that age, but still, especially at the seniors events, the seniors and the super seniors, you're going to have a number of people that are like this 89-year-old guy that Kevmath helped out, who just don't have a smartphone or have a very old one and just have no clue how to do this, even if they can download and run the app. So you're going to have that. And it's one thing, an event like Coachella, going to like an all-app thing, because I know Coachella, which I never go to, but my good buddy Master Ken Scaler goes there. and you have to register your wristband on the app every year, or you can't go. But that's fine, because if you think of the age group at Coachella, it's young. If I went to Coachella, I'd be one of the oldest people there. When Master Scaler goes, he's older than me. He's 55. He is one of the oldest people there. It's mostly young people. So, of course, they have apps. Of course, they know how to use apps. So that's not a problem for them. But for the generations that didn't grow up with personal computers and smartphones and everything like that, a lot of these people of that age, they just use their phones for very minimal things. Even if they have a smartphone, they really just use a few apps that they're used to, and they have a hard time with new things like this. Now, I will say this is a little bit self-selecting in that anyone who's still sharp enough to play poker at that age, who normally wouldn't use apps very much because of their age, anyone who's still sharp enough to play poker is probably sharp enough to figure out how to use the app. It's not like super complicated. But still, I think we are a little bit early to make this mandatory when poker is an old game. Like, people in poker are getting older. The young people in poker are mostly gone. The ones who were once young have aged out to be about 40. And the ones who were in their 30s back during the poker boom are now in their 50s, like me. The people who were middle-aged then are now senior citizens. There's a lot of older people in poker. And there's people I've played with who are even decent players. Some of these older people, I think, might have a problem with these apps. These are not necessarily like smartphone people. So I hope that they put out the effort to help them. I'm glad Kevmath helped that one guy, but I hope that when the seniors events come, that there's not going to be an issue with this, and there might be. There really might be an issue with the seniors events and people registering. It might hurt the numbers a bit with the seniors, and it might stress a lot of them out where they won't come back next year when they see they have to use apps here. So I don't love that it's mandatory, but, it's been well received overall. And using the app myself, I've been playing with it. It is put together pretty well. It's put together pretty cleanly. And it seems pretty intuitive. It's not perfect. There's some things I would change if I were the designer, but it's pretty good. And that doesn't surprise me because GG Poker succeeded because of its good software. So they do have smart developers at GG Poker and developers who understand what the people want to see and how the people think who use their software. So it doesn't surprise me that they developed a pretty good app. So I'll give them, I'd say, a B+ so far in the app. Not quite an A-. I'll give them a B+. If it wasn't mandatory, I would give them an A-. It's the mandatory thing that drags them to a B+. But a B+ is pretty good. It's not bad. All right. Moving on. Another World Series of Poker topic. This one is something that might be good for you, and you should pay attention to this segment if you're going to play the World Series of Poker. Do you have a credit card? I bet you do. Do you have a credit card where you earn points or cash back or miles for using it? I bet you do. Wouldn't it be nice if you could buy into World Series of Poker events with this credit card and earn those points or cash back or miles without having to pay any fees when doing so? I'm sure you'd say yes. But you'd also probably say, well, Druff, that's a fantasy. We've been able to buy in with credit cards for years, but there's fees, and it also sometimes goes down as a cash advance, which makes interest immediately accrue, and also in some cases also causes the bank to charge a cash advance fee. So for all these reasons, it's not very practical in past years to use the credit card to buy in to a World Series of Poker event, and it will cost you a good deal of money in fees to be doing so. So it's not a wise thing to do. Have I ever done it? Of course not. You guys know I would never do that. However, this year is different. Remember, this year a lot of things have changed. So I was pretty shocked when I heard about this. When I read this, if it wasn't coming from Kevmath, who's the one who posted it, I would have been very, very, very doubtful about this. But apparently it's true. Now, we're still waiting for people to look how it shows up on their online statements. So if you try this and it doesn't work out, don't blame me and don't ask me to reimburse your fees. I'm just giving you this tip. I'm passing it along. And if it works for you, it works. I would suggest trying it. I really would. And, if it doesn't work, then oh well. But I'm pretty sure, when I say pretty sure, I should say like 90-something% sure this is going to work. And I'm still shocked. Like, I'm still sitting here with my mouth open about this one. I really can't explain it, even why they're doing it this way. But would you believe that you can now buy into the World Series of Poker with your credit card for 0 fees, and it will go down as a purchase, so it will not be considered a cash advance? Now, that is shocking. That is shocking. You probably already know this, but for the few of you that do not know this, the difference between a purchase and a cash advance on a credit card is how your bank is going to charge you. So when it's a purchase, the credit card company and the bank that you use charge the seller. So let's say you go out to a restaurant and you use your credit card. Well, you don't pay any fees on that. The way the credit card companies make money is from the restaurant paying a credit card processing fee. It's a bit more complicated than that, but that's basically how it works. That's how these credit card companies stay in business. Well, that plus the interest fees that people pay. That's mainly how they stay in business. But also, even if you don't pay any interest, there's fees charged on the end of the merchant that they have to pay. And if you have your own business that accepts credit cards, you know this very well. So that's a purchase. Whenever it's a purchase, you as the buyer will never be charged any fees. However, a cash advance, even if it's not actual cash, if it's charged as a cash advance, then you pay the fees. So then the fees are passed along to you and not to the merchant. And then also you immediately have to start paying interest on whatever that cash advance purchase is. You don't have that 25-day grace period to pay the bill before interest starts accruing, like occurs with a purchase. So if you have a credit card that you always pay by the statement due date, you will never pay any interest on any credit card. But if it's a cash advance, that's the one exception. Interest starts accruing immediately, plus there's a cash advance fee. So it's not a good thing when something's charged as a cash advance when you use your credit card. And up until this year, all the way through 2024, if you used your credit card for the World Series of Poker, it was charged as a cash advance. So the whole thing was ending up quite expensive, and also they had fees on their end. So you paid them fees on their end to do it. You paid your bank fees. You had to pay interest. It was a disaster. But this year, none of that is true. It's a purchase, meaning GG Poker just eats it, which is shocking to me, but they do. And there's no fee on their end. There's no fee on the World Series of Poker end. And of course, there's no fee on your credit card's end because it's a purchase. So does this mean that you can just show up at the World Series of Poker with your favorite credit card that earned the most miles, points, whatever, and buy in and have no fees? Well, sort of, but there's one caveat to this. There's one thing you need to know. One little thing you got to keep in mind is that you get charged a foreign transaction fee if your credit card charges you such fees. So I bet you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about. What do I mean a foreign transaction fee? The World Series of Poker is in the U.S. It's in Las Vegas. How can there be a foreign transaction fee? Now, when I saw Kevmath first post about it, I thought he was aiming this at the Canadians and the Euros. I thought he was saying, well, yeah, there's no fees, but it might be a foreign transaction fee, if you're using a card from a foreign country. But that's not what he meant. What he actually meant is for Americans, there will be a foreign transaction fee if your credit card charges them. This is not something that GG Poker / the World Series is charging. This is something that your bank / credit card company might charge you. Why? Well, because the payment processor that GG Poker is using for the World Series is not located in the United States. I think it's located in Canada. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not in the U.S. So it's going to go down as a foreign transaction as if you are in a foreign country and charging there. So keep that in mind. Now, there are plenty of credit cards that don't have foreign transaction fees. How can you know if your card has a foreign transaction fee? Well, you can just call the number on the back of the card and ask them. You can also just Google it and look up your particular card and see if it has foreign transaction fees. My credit cards, some of them have a foreign transaction fee and some of them don't. So if I use one of the cards that does not have a foreign transaction fee, then I really will be paying no fees. And of course, that's what I would do. I would not use one with a foreign transaction fee because that wipes out whatever benefits you're getting from using the card. But just keep that in mind. Don't just use any credit card. Make sure it's one that does not have foreign transaction fees. And if all your credit cards have foreign transaction fees, then don't even use a card at all, unless you're willing to pay that fee. So that's the one asterisk to this whole thing. But otherwise, this is a very good thing to do. There are credit cards out there that will give you just like 2% cash flat on everything. So if you have one of those cards, and if it does not have a foreign transaction fee, then that's a 2% rebate in cash right there to you on every World Series of Poker event. And like on the 10K events, like the main event, that's like a third of the rake you get right back. That's pretty sweet. Even on the events that are charging higher rake, you're still getting 2% of the buy-in back, and that cuts down the rake you're paying. So that's very nice. That's like a little bonus you're getting back there. And GG Poker definitely did not have to do this. So this is very generous of them. I have no idea why they're doing it this way, but great, you know. I'm not going to question it as long as this really is as they say. And Kevmath was pretty sure, and he's rarely wrong about these things. He was pretty sure this is the case. Now, don't go looking for the World Series of Poker rules on this, because the rules say they can charge you a fee of up to 3%. But Kevmath is insisting that they are not doing that this year. And again, he's a World Series of Poker contract employee. So you can pretty much trust what he says. And he's a sharp guy. So again, this hasn't been verified in that nobody has come out and verified yet that when they have done it, that it has worked. But it's likely. Now, some of you might compare this to cruises and say, hey, can't you do the same thing on cruises? Not exactly. On cruises, you do pay a fee. It goes down as a purchase. What happens on a cruise, if you want to play in their casino, you charge it to your stateroom, and then at the end of the cruise, your stateroom charges to your credit card, and they don't separate out what type of charges they were. So yes, it goes down as a purchase on a cruise, but the cruise usually charges you 3% on their end for any casino buy-ins when you're on the cruise. They just add 3% to whatever you charge. If you go get $100 in the casino and charge it to your stateroom, then they're going to charge you 103, and then it'll go on your card as a purchase. So it's not quite like a cruise. The only exception to this on cruises were those digital poker machines, not video poker, but the digital poker where you're playing electronic poker against other human beings on the cruise. Those actually, at least when I last played them in the 2010s, those did not charge you any 3%. So that was a sneaky way you could rack up credit card points that way. It was just buy in huge to those, cash out in cash, and then it charges to your credit card as a purchase. But I don't know if that still works. It's been a while. Anyway, I wouldn't count on this staying the case for the long term. I could easily see by 2026 they reverse this. when GG Poker sees how much they're going to be paying in fees to their processor. I don't know why they're doing it this way. I'm really shocked. Like, in a good way, I'm shocked. I'm just not sure what to say here. And they're not even promoting this. This is not like it's a loss leader. It's not like they're saying, hey, come to the World Series, charge your buy-in to your credit card, and we won't charge you any fees, and it's a purchase. They're not advertising this at all. Like, you have to follow Kevmath to know this. So, yeah, sure, if you're plugged into Poker Twitter and you follow Kevmath or other people who talk about it, sure, then you know about it. But other than that, people don't know. So it's weird. Imagine doing this and you're not even promoting it. Very odd. I don't expect it to stay this way, but probably it will for the remainder of this series is my guess. And then probably next year it changes. That's my guess. But definitely use a credit card if it has no foreign transaction fees to buy in this year. If it does change, I'll let you know. And if I see any shenanigans with this, I'll let you know too. Well, let's go back to something with the WSOP Plus app. The industry employees event just took place. It is now over. They've crowned a winner. The industry employees event was event number 2, and it is the first event to have concluded because the event number 1 was the Mystery Millions Flight A, and the Mystery Millions is a long event, so that's not anywhere near completed yet. So the first bracelet awarded was event number 2, the industry employees event. Now, I've complained about this event recently in that they changed it to where it's no longer casino employees, it's industry employees, which means anybody who says they work in the gambling industry can qualify. And work is a very loose term, and the World Series, for whatever reason, refused to define exactly what they meant as far as industry employee, but it was implied that people who were like vloggers about casino or poker matters would qualify as an industry employee, which means by those standards, I would qualify as an industry employee, which is insane because I'm not an industry employee. Poker Fraud Alert is a not-for-profit site that I run. I don't work for anybody. I work for myself as far as Poker Fraud Alert. And it's not a business that's seeking to make money. It's a business that actually loses money by design. And I'm not really any kind of employee. I'm just a guy doing this. And I don't think people like me belong in the industry employees event. Poker pros do not belong in that event. This event was originally called the Casino Employees event, and it was meant to be a place where casino employees could play against one another without having to deal with poker pros. So I feel that anybody who is a poker pro, no matter how much vlogging or blogging or podcasting they do, they should not enter that event, even if they can. And I announced as soon as they called it the Industry Employees event and it was implied that people like me could play, I said, I'm not going to be playing this. And I didn't. The event's over. I did not register for it. I was not planning to register for it. And I'm never going to register for it. So I think everybody should stay away from that, whether you can or you can't. Just let the casino employees play in peace. Do not invade their event. There's so many events of the World Series, there's no reason to invade that just because you feel it might give you a little bit of an edge because most of the poker pros can't play in it. Anyway, that's not what this topic's about, though. The industry employees event was going, and as I said, that was the first one to have a final table and to conclude. It just concluded tonight. People noticed something that was a bit curious when they were looking at the chip updates, that among the players listed at the top of the chip counts was someone named Suck Me 69. That's what it said. It said Suck Me 69. That's all. Didn't say the guy's real name and then Suck Me 69 in quotes. No, it just said Suck Me 69. That was his entire name. This was noticed by Rich Ryan, I believe. He was the first one to bring it out on X at about 4 p.m. on May 28th. And he put, WSOP, you need to be verified. Also WSOP, and then posted a screenshot of the chip counts, including Suck Me 69, who was listed with an Italian flag. So supposedly, Suck Me 69 was an Italian guy who somehow got to be listed that way, even though they have to verify you under your real name. So was there really a player who changed their legal name to just Suck Me 69? No. Of course, it's a real person. This was someone who was using the alias feature available on the WSOP Plus app. So he chose to call himself Suck Me 69, which amazingly they did not block in any way. You would think if they're going to allow aliases, they would have figured that at least someone would pick an obscene name that could be embarrassing to the World Series of Poker. But somehow GG Poker, despite being an online poker site that should be used to things like this, didn't think of it. So this guy was able to call himself Suck Me 69. And lo and behold, guess who was the chip leader in the very late stages? Guess who made the final table? Suck Me 69. Guess who had almost 2/3 of the chips with just 3 people left? Suck Me 69. Yeah. A bit embarrassing that people using this WSOP app for the first time to follow a final table. This is the first final table featured in the updates on the WSOP Plus app in its history. And the chip leader most of the way at that final table was Suck Me 69. Can you believe it? But they've got to do something about this. Not that it offends me, you know what the show's like, but I think it looks very unprofessional that people go look at who is in the event and you see a bunch of real names and you see Suck Me 69. Now, he wasn't the only one with an alias up there. The guy who finished fourth in the industry employees event was Dark Knight 17. And that doesn't have the same ring as Suck Me 69, but that was not the guy's legal name either. But it's funny, it was Suck Me 69 of all people that was the chip leader with the final few in the event in the very first final table under this new era of GG Poker. So I thought Suck Me 69 was going to be the winner. At about midnight, he had 9.5 million chips. Second place had 4.3 million chips, and third place had 1.1 million. So it was 79 big blinds to 36 big blinds to 9 big blinds. So how did it play out? Did Suck Me 69 take home the first bracelet of 2025? No, unfortunately he didn't. Suck Me 69 ended up finishing second to the eventual winner, whose name was Phovieng Keokam. As you might guess, he was an Asian guy. Phovieng, his first name, Keokham. Phovieng Keokam. He ended up being the winner despite being down to 9 big blinds when Suck Me 69 had 79 big blinds and the guy in second had 36. Suck Me finished second. He lost heads up to Phovieng. Now, let's think about this. I wasn't watching how this was all happening. I didn't watch how he ended up losing. I didn't even watch exactly what he had when they went heads up. But if you had to guess, I did get to see the final hand. If you had to guess, what was the hand that Suck Me 69 went all in with that busted him? You have any guess? What hand would be most likely for him to go all in with as his final stand? Maybe pocket aces? Maybe pocket kings? No.
69, dudes!
Yeah, he actually went all in with 69. You can't make this up. The guy listed as Suck Me 69 went all in, heads up for a bracelet with 69 and lost. And by the way, he hit the flop. He had a 9 on the flop, but then he was up against ace-queen suited and a queen hit the turn. So that was the end of Suck Me 69. He did not improve on the river. He busted. What is his real name? And is he really from Italy? His real name is Christopher Zollo, Zollo. I have not heard of him before. From what I can see, he's not from Italy. He might have an Italian heritage, but it does not look like he's lived in Italy, at least not any time recently. He appears to be from Florida, because he's played a ton of tournaments over there, according to his Hendon Mob, and it lists him as originally being from Delaware, not Italy. So Suck Me 69 appears not only to not have that as his real legal name, but he's not from Italy either. Anyway, I'm a fan of the guy, though. That's pretty funny that he chose the name Suck Me 69 and somehow got it listed there, and there was the chip leader for so long and got to kind of embarrass the World Series of Poker. Now, how did they handle it? How did the World Series of Poker handle Suck Me 69 being the chip leader and at one point really looked like he was going to be the winner? How did they handle it? Did at some point they correct this? Did they change it to his real name? Well, yes and no. At the very end, they erased all reference to Suck Me 69, and they just changed it to Christopher Zollo. But very late in the process. But here was the funniest part, at least funniest to me. So here's what happened. He was listed as Suck Me 69 in the system, and apparently GG Poker did not have anybody who had access to go in and force change this. So there was nobody who could just access their own app, who's on the GG Poker side, and just change it to his real name of Christopher Zollo. So the only person who had the power to change it back to his real name was him. And he didn't. He was very happy being listed as Suck Me 69. So they didn't know what to do about it. And what was funny was the people writing the updates, because remember, he's getting all the way to heads up. People writing the updates who work for the World Series are writing up that he's Christopher Zalo. So they don't mention anything about Suck Me 69, yet whenever they would show the chip updates, like at the end of a hand when the chip counts would change, and they'd list what each person has now, it always said Suck Me 69, not Christopher Zalo. Now, this wasn't on purpose. What happened there was that they had no control of how these chip counts show, because that directly references the database from the WSOP Plus app, which, as I said, they couldn't change. They didn't have an engineer around to do it at that time of night. So they could write whatever they wanted in the updates, and they would not refer to him as Suck Me 69 in the updates. But as I said, every time they put the new chip counts, then it would say in the update, okay, Suck Me 69 now has this, and the other guy has that. So the whole way until almost the very end, every single update that mentioned this guy referred to him as Suck Me 69 when it showed the chip movement up and down, which was hilarious, to be honest. Well, finally, the edict came from far above, and they said, we can't have Suck Me 69 winning a bracelet, and we can't have the updates when he's heads up showing Suck Me 69. So they actually stopped play. They stopped heads up play for a bracelet and said, Christopher, you need to bring up that app, and you need to change yourself from Suck Me 69 back to your real name of Christopher Zalo, and if you don't, then we're not going to continue play. So obviously he had to do it. So all of a sudden, Suck Me 69 was missing. He became Christopher Zalo, and that name was never to be mentioned again. There is no more Suck Me 69 in the industry employees event. Only Christopher.
There is no Dana. There is only Zoo.
There is no Dana, only Zoo.
And when Christopher Zalo finished second, they just mentioned that he finished second, nothing about that nickname, and the World Series pretended it didn't happen, and now you can't find any reference to this anywhere on the WSOP app. But we know what happened, and I have the screenshots, and I posted them on Poker Fraud Alert, and I posted them on X, and this is going to be part of the World Series history forever. Anyway, pretty good run, though, for Christopher Zalo. Got like 30-something K. It wasn't a huge prize. It was a $500 buy-in event, and top prize was $64. I didn't look what second place is, but yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. I'll give Mr. Suck Me 69 credit. He's not a high-stakes player by any means. He does have a long history of tournament cashes, racked up 254K worth of Hendon Mob cashes. Don't know if he's a winning player lifetime or not. I really hadn't heard of him. How old is he? Well, I don't know. Looking at him, in the two pictures I found, I would guess he's in his early 40s. Just kind of a rough guess, though. He definitely looks younger than me. Maybe older than maybe mid-40s. So he's not like a really young guy, from what I can see in these pictures, but he's not over 50. If he is, he looks very good for his age. My guess is like early to mid-40s. See, the pictures I'm looking at were not pictures from today. I was looking for pictures from a few years ago. So I've got to factor that in. And I'll admit, I didn't sit here for like a long time pondering Suck Me 69's age. Now I'm kind of curious what his real age is. Let's see if we can figure it out. Let's see how close I was. 44. See, look how good I am at this. He's 44. I told you like early 40s, maybe mid 40s, right? 44. I'm so good at this. I'm so good at telling people's ages. I want to actually tell you a little story. We're just going to totally go off on a tangent here about guessing ages. When I was living in Vegas in the 2000s, and my then girlfriend Miri and I sometimes went to parties that poker players would hold, usually poker players that had some kind of association with Never Win Poker, like at least they were members there. And one of the parties I went to, one of the members of the forum had a girlfriend, and I'm not going to say who because some of you might know who it is and might know who the girlfriend is. She's not really around anymore, but I'm not going to name names. But anyway, I got there kind of like in the middle of the party. I forgot what I was doing beforehand, but I could, like, Miri went first and was there for like an hour or two before I got there. So she spoke to me on the phone as I was on my way over there, and she said, "Oh, you should see such and such new girlfriend. She's very pretty." And I said, "Okay, yeah, I'll see when I get there." So I got there, and I saw this guy's new girlfriend, and yeah, she was pretty, but she was older than this dude, because this dude was not my age. At the time, I was like 35, and I thought that this woman was 35. That was my guess, that she was 35. I guess she was my age. So I said to Miri, "Okay, yeah, you're right, she's pretty, but isn't she a bit old for him?" Because the guy who we're talking about was like mid-20s. And she said, "What? She's not 35. No, she's kind of near his age." I said, "No, she's not. She's 35. She's pretty, but she's 35. I don't know for sure, but she's got to be around there." And Miri was insisting that there's no way that girl's 35, that she looks so young. I didn't see it. I saw someone who looked good, but did not look young. I could see the 35 in her. And I wasn't saying this offensively. I was 35 at the time, so I wasn't calling her old. She was. My guess was just she was the same age as me. So Miri didn't agree. She thought I was crazy. So when we got back to my apartment in Vegas, I went on the computer and looked it up, because we had her name, and I looked it up, and sure enough, she was 35. And Miri was like, "Oh my God, how did you know that? She didn't look 35." I said, "Well, to me, she did." So just because someone looks good doesn't mean they look young. So, Mr. Suck Me 69, I put you as early to mid-40s, and there you go, 44 right there. I take a bow. Let's move on here. Let's talk about the WSOP account. The WSOP account has a bit of a checkered history, to say the least. I'm talking about the WSOP account on Twitter, not the WSOP account anywhere else. I'm talking about actually on Twitter/X. That account has existed for a long time. For a while, it was getting itself into controversy. And that was because it was run by a combination of people who were all managers or executives at the World Series of Poker. And these people just were not very good at social media. They were pretty good at their jobs, but they were just not very good at social media. They should not have been running social media, because it's different skills. It's a different skill set to be able to hold an executive position at a large company and do your job well, and to run their social media account. They're two completely different skill sets. So these World Series of Poker executives just were not very good at social media. What I mean by that was that they didn't have the patience to answer everyone's questions, because you had a ton of people asking a lot of questions, especially because there was a lot of confusing things at the World Series. And people would tweet, at WSOP, blah, 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 and they'd ask a question, and like a very small percentage of the time they'd get an answer. Most of the time they get ignored, and they'd be annoyed because they didn't know who to ask. They would think, okay, we see this account posting on Twitter, let's respond to it and ask a question. It didn't answer many questions. They just picked a few to answer. For the most part, they just ignored people. So that was problem number one. And problem number two was that whoever ran the account, it was more than one person, but the people on the account, because they were managers and executives at the World Series, they had kind of a thin skin. They took it as a personal attack if you criticized the World Series, even if you were a well-known player who seems to overall like the World Series. So you had people that would play a ton of events and dedicate 7 weeks of their lives at the World Series and spending a lot of money on buy-ins and rake and everything else there. So it's not like these are World Series haters. These are people who play and play very regularly, and some of them were fairly big names. And when they would criticize the World Series in any way, then the World Series of Poker account would sometimes snap at them, and in a few cases block them. So that's not the way to run a social media account for a large tournament. I covered that before on this show, and I had suggested at the time that what they need is someone to run the World Series of Poker account on Twitter, the @WSOP account, who is knowledgeable and is willing to be helpful, and yet has a thick skin and won't take it personally when criticism is brought. And I thought of one person. I thought of one person who is perfect for the job, and that was Kevmath, Kevin Mathers. Because he was basically doing this for free. He was answering questions for people about tournaments all over the place for free. He was just a very helpful guy. He's just doing it for the love of the community, the love of the game. So here was a guy who was already doing it, and you could hire him to run that account. He would put the time into answering people. He would be polite. He does have thick skin. He is even-tempered. He is intelligent. And he would not be offended at all from any criticism, and he would help anyone who needed the help. Perfect guy to hire, I said. Well, I don't know if they listened to me, or if they listened to others like me, or if they just came up with the idea themselves, but whatever it was, in 2016, as I covered before, Kevmath was hired to primarily run the WSOP account. For those years, it was a good account. Now, there were others who had access to it, and sometimes it would tweet stupid things that usually were written by other people. So he didn't have exclusive access to the account, but he mainly ran that account. He was the one who tweeted from it most often. He was the one who used it to answer people most often. So it was a well-run account for the most part for those 9 years, from 2016 to 2024. And by the way, don't tell me it's 8 years. Do not tell me 2016 to 2024 is 8 years. If you tell me that, then I'm going to say you're not very good at math, because 2016 to 2024 inclusive is 9 years. And if you count it up, you'll see what I'm talking about. I hate when people say it's 8 years in a situation like that when it's really 9. I also hate when people turn a certain age and say that they're in their whatever year. Like, I'm 53. I'm not in my 53rd year. I'm in my 54th year. Why? Because when I was born, I was in my first year, even though I was 0 years old, right? So I lived a whole year starting in 1972 where I was not a year old yet. If you asked my age was actually 0, but I was in my first year, right? I wasn't in my 0th year. So once I turned 1, then I began my second year on this earth, right? So your year on this earth is always one ahead of what your age is. So I'm in my 54th year right now. And in fact, as I pass various holidays, that will be my 54th holiday, like 4th of July, for example. When that comes up, this will be my 54th 4th of July, even though I'm not very close to 54 years old yet. Okay, well, you guys understand. We have a smart audience. I shouldn't even say things like this. I know most of you would look at 2016 through 2024 and know it's 9 years. But it is 9 years. It's 9 years worth of World Series. It's not a 9-year period. In fact, it can be less than an 8-year period. If you're talking about like late 2016 to early 2024, that's less than 8 years. But if you're looking at the World Series, there are 9 World Series that take place from 2016 to 2024 inclusive. So, Kevmath ran the WSOP account for 9 years. He made an announcement, however, on May 26th. The 2025 World Series of Poker will be interesting on a personal level, he writes, as my role with the series changes. Uh-oh. I liked his role before, so what's it changing to? He wrote, none of this is really a surprise. I just haven't really talked about it directly. In previous years, the vast majority of tweets made on their Twitter account were done by me. This year, there will be a dedicated team producing social media and video content consistently each day onto their Twitter and X, Facebook, and Instagram accounts. Most of the content I'll personally be making will appear on the WSOP Plus app coming from this account, as I'll be answering questions when the WSOP account is mentioned. It'll be interesting to see how this works out, but I think in the long run it'll work out. Well, it depends what he means by work out. So basically what he's saying is he'll still be around to answer your questions. You can ask him questions directly to @Kevmath and he'll answer you. He'll also be looking at the WSOP account and answer some people's questions that they ask to that account, but he'll do it from his Kevmath account on X. And then his content that he's just generating and just posting on his own, that's going to mainly be on the WSOP Plus app. I'm not sure which part, but that's mainly where he's working. In fact, his name tag this year, which he chose the title, it says Kevin Mather's WSOP Plus Czar. So that's his main focus this year, is the WSOP Plus app. I don't know if GG Poker transferred him there or if he chose to move there. My guess is they transferred him there, but it doesn't really matter. Here's the part that jumped out at me and I didn't like. The part where he wrote, there will be a dedicated team producing social media and video content. Uh-oh, I don't like a dedicated team. Now, at first glance, you think that's good, right? A dedicated team that's making video content every day to post on X, Facebook, and Instagram. Because Kevmath is only one guy. He wasn't going around with a video camera recording hands or doing any of that type of stuff. He was more just like the information guy who was being helpful. So now you have a team of people who's going to go around with multimedia content that they're recording at the World Series and posting it up on social media. A dedicated team that just does that. How could that be bad? Well, usually when I read dedicated social media team, this means that they are hiring people who don't really know this stuff very well. And when I say they, I don't just mean the World Series. I don't just mean GG Poker. I mean any company. A lot of times, the people who are operating social media accounts for large companies don't really understand the company that they're representing all that well, nor do they understand what the customers want to hear. And that's why you sometimes see some embarrassing gaffes on the part of large companies on their social media, because it's not like the CEO is the one tweeting out. They hire a social media team. The social media team is usually constructed of young people who don't really understand the brand or the company very well, and they think they do. And then they put out what they think people want to see. But if you don't understand the product or service very well, or the company very well, then you can end up putting some stupid things out there. And people, the customers that is, are shaking their heads when they see it. So when I read dedicated team, I thought, I don't think these are going to be like big poker fans. I don't think these are going to be like poker social media people who just have moved over to that role. Like a good example is Seriously Serious. You know, he's running the Club WPT Gold social media account, which is kind of a funny account because he kind of trolls through that account. But you know when Seriously Serious is running it, you know he gets social media really well. You know he's someone who knows what the people want to see. You know he's someone who's not going to produce cringy content. You know he understands when he posts things. So you hire someone like Seriously Serious, you know what you're getting. And you know he's going to understand all of the content. You know he's going to understand the community. You know he's going to understand the game. So that's a good type of person to hire, as long as you don't mind the trolling that's going to take place. But if they just hire like a third-party social media team, it can be a disaster because they won't understand what the people want to see. They won't understand the poker community well. They won't understand poker Twitter very well. So that's a problem. That was the first thing I thought when I read that. I even wrote a critical comment, not against Kevmath, but just a critical comment about the dedicated social media team. I tweeted back that I didn't like that I thought this is not going to be good. Well, turns out I was correct. So, as they promised, they are posting videos. They are posting the content that he claimed. And they are walking around the tournament room, and they are recording just regular hands that are taking place at just regular tables, not like TV tables with RFID readers or things like that. Like, they are not at any kind of special table. They're just walking around to regular tables, regular poker tables, taking video of hands that are going on, and posting ones that they think the people want to see. And to their credit, they are putting up some nice graphics that they're producing pretty quickly. So when I say nice graphics, I don't mean like the best graphics I've ever seen, but decent graphics for things that are produced on the fly. And they're posting these up there, and you can say, hey, well, I get to watch some of the action that's taking place at the World Series of Poker, even in the early days, the early stages, that I didn't get to see before, except when people would record it themselves. Now you have people working for the World Series of Poker doing this and posting it every day. So from that standpoint, it would seem like a plus. But the problem is if they don't know what to post, then it can look very stupid. So this is what happened on May 28th, less than 24 hours ago, 11:44 a.m. Pacific time. They wrote, check out this hand from level 2, meaning the very, very early stages, of event number 1, the $1,000 Mystery Millions Flight B, between Anthony Zinno and John Itaraga. Now, I don't know John Itaraga. I assume he's a recreational player. Anthony Zinno, of course, we know who he is. He's been around a while. He had some controversy not too long ago where he was accused of stealing a backpack. We won't get into all that, but they probably were recording this hand because Anthony Zinno is a known player and he has some bracelets. Okay. Now, this hand begins on the flop. That's probably when they walked up and started recording. Okay, that's fine there too. Because remember, they're just kind of walking around and then they see a hand developing and then they quickly start recording. So, okay, no big deal. Starts on the flop. Remember, they're posting this after the fact. This isn't live. If it's live, there's nothing you can do. Live is live, and if the hand ends up uninteresting, then, okay, what can you do? You can't go back and make it unlive. But this was something they actually recorded and then made graphics for and then posted up to social media. So you'd think if they're going to post a hand from level 2, the second level of the entire tournament, between Anthony Zinno and some unknown, that it's going to be an interesting hand, right? So let's go over what happened in the hand. We start on the flop. The blinds, by the way, there's only level 2, are 200, 300, 300, meaning small blinds 200, big blinds 300, big blind ante is 300. On the flop, it is ace 9 3 rainbow. Just Zino against this Itaraga guy. No one else in the hand. So Itaraga bets and Zino calls. It's bet 600, call 600. Okay, not terribly exciting. It goes on. Turn is a 9 of spades. Now, let's think for a second before we go on here. Let's think for a second. This is a hand they are posting. They're saying, check out this hand from level 2. If they're going to post a hand from super early in the series of Anthony Zino against an unknown, wouldn't you think it's going to be something like a cooler or a bad beat, just something really unusual, maybe some big bluff, something you're going to go, oh, wow, when you watch it, even if it's not that consequential for the event itself, just like this is a hand that went down, isn't this interesting, check it out? Wouldn't you think that? So if the board is 3-9, ace-9, heads up, I bet you would think this is going to be something like top set full losing to quads, right? Wouldn't you guess that someone has pocket 9s and someone else has pocket aces? Or maybe at least somebody has pocket 3s and someone has pocket 9s. Something where both people think they have a monster, especially in a heads-up pot. And then the loser gets the bad news that their strong hand loses. That's what I was pretty sure I was going to see here on a board of 3-9, ace-9. Well, I became especially sure when I saw the river. Now, before we get to the river, it went check, check on the turn, which is a little bit weird. Like, why isn't somebody betting here? But I thought, okay, maybe Zino's got a monster and he's trying to check raise, and maybe Itaraga's got a monster and he just doesn't want to scare Zino off because he thinks Zino checking both the flop and the turn means he's weak and he's trying to draw him in. So maybe this is just both of them trying to level each other, and we're going to find out on the river they're going to get their stacks in and they have monsters. So, okay. As I said, the river's another 3. So it's 3-9, ace-9, 3. So there's 2 3s, 2 9s, and an ace on the board. There does get to be a backdoor flush by the end, but that's not very exciting. Everybody watching this is assuming we're going to see either quads over quads or top set full losing to quads. So maybe someone has pocket aces, someone has pocket 3s, someone has pocket 3s, someone has pocket 9s, someone has pocket 9s, someone has pocket aces. So it's got to be something like that, right? It has to be. Maybe if it's not that, maybe it's going to be something like a bluff. Now, of course, a stone cold bluff that gets called is just going to play the board. Both, and if the person calling doesn't have anything either, it's going to be both playing the board. Maybe that's what's going to happen. What if Zino goes all in with king queen, and then Itaraga calls with queen 10, and they chop it? That would be kind of mildly interesting, right? That they're both playing the board, and someone makes a hero call to chop. Like, that would be interesting, kind of. So I thought at minimum we'll see that, but we're probably going to see like a quads over quads thing, right? So, what happens on the river? Do the stacks get in? No. Zino, this is after checked on the turn, both ways, Zino fires out 2,100, which is not a huge bet considering the pot size already. Very standard bet. 2,100 chip bet. Itaraga sits, he thinks for a second, I'm thinking, okay, well this is probably like fake thinking. This is Itaraga probably going to go all in with quads, and he's pretending to think so Zino will call. So he thinks, grabs chips, and just calls. And I go, what? Okay, so Itaraga couldn't have that strong of a hand if he's just calling here. So this couldn't be like a major cooler, because if Itaraga had something very strong, he wouldn't just call here, right? He would go all in or raise. And maybe this is like a bluff getting called by nothing, or maybe this is a bluff where he's got pocket 4s and calls and wins. I'm thinking, well, it's got to be something at least a little interesting, right? Well, they turn over their hands. Anthony Zino has ace-jack, and John Itaraga has ace-10. You've got to be kidding me. That was the hand? They both had an ace? Nobody had a 3, nobody had a 9? They just both had an ace, and Zino wins because he outkicks Itaraga. He's got ace-jack, and Itaraga had ace-10? That's what they posted? That was the hand? Why? That's the most boring hand ever. Let's look at a few reasons why it's boring. Number 1, Zino was ahead the entire way. He was ahead pre-flop, on the turn, on the river. He's ahead the entire way, so no bad beat. Nobody caught up. There was no wild betting. The betting was pretty reserved and exactly like you'd expect. Very typical betting structure, where There's a bet on the flop when they both have the top pair. Then the 9 pairs in the turn, they're both kind of worried. They check. And after the check, Zeno does a value bet on the river, and it gets called by almost the same hand with a kicker 1 lower, and Zeno takes the pot. Extremely standard with betting. So there's no over-betting, nothing like that. There was no bluffing. Nobody bluffed. They both had top pair that eventually wasn't that great because it was 3-9 ace 9-3. So Zeno probably thought after the check on the turn he was good. So he was just trying to get a value bet there and got it. But very unexciting. No bluffs, no overbets, no hero calls, nobody getting sucked out on, no coolers, nothing. The guy who was ahead stayed ahead the whole way. The betting was fairly light, and the turn even checked with nobody betting at all. Why are they showing this hand? What's interesting about it? Nothing. There's nothing at all interesting about this hand. So why would they show this? Now, if this is at a final table, sure, because that would probably change who has chips, not massively, but it would change the chip structure at the table and would have increased Zeno's chance of winning the event and decreased Itaraga's chance. But here in level 2, they're showing this hand? With literally many thousands of people left, they're showing this hand of all the hands they can show? So why would they record this hand, do graphics for this hand, and then post it on the WSOP social media accounts? Why? Who looked at this and said, wow, this is an interesting hand, people got to see this? They actually wrote, check out this hand. Why? Why should we check it out? It's boring. It's standard. This hand takes place 1 million times every day at the World Series of Poker. There's nothing interesting or memorable about this hand. In fact, had it not been put up there, I'm sure Zeno probably forgot about this hand by the end of the day. I'm not even kidding. Like, you don't remember hands like this. A fairly small pot, you were ahead the whole way, you made a value bid on the river, you got called early in the event. Nobody remembers this, nobody cares. So people were laughing at this. People were mocking the WSOP account for posting this. Kevmath would have never posted this because Kevmath gets it. Kevmath, and I know it sounds like I'm kissing his ass here. I know his name keeps coming up, but he knows the community. He knows people who wouldn't want to see a hand like this unless it was, again, at the final table. On level 2, you don't ever post a level 2 video unless something very interesting happens. And here, nothing interesting happened. Literally nothing interesting happened in this hand. Think about it. Tell me one thing in that hand that was interesting. There was not one interesting thing about it. It was one of the most boring hands possible. So why post it? Just because one guy is kind of known there in Anthony Zeno? Why would you post this? So people were just making fun of this. That's what they got. They didn't get people to, oh, wow, interesting hand. Wow, cool. Thanks for posting. People were just mocking it. Everyone was saying, I was expecting to see quads over quads. What happened here? Even Josh Aryeh wrote riveting action in level 2 sarcastically. A person named Dwan posted the what the fuck is this shit meme with Captain Picard. A person named DeFi Maximalist posted was expecting quads over quads or something. This is so boring, LMAO. A person named Bobby K posted, I can't believe I just wasted my time watching that shit. I'd immediately fire the person responsible. James P. Man Urbanik wrote, thanks WSOP, very cool, sarcastically. Jay Moose posted, LMAO, check out this hand, what the fuck was that? Did you really just post the least interesting standard hand in poker? What the fuck is going on? Over and over, you're seeing comments like this. Someone else wrote, I watched it from beginning to end, put a sad face. Everyone felt like just 90 seconds of their life got wasted. And by the way, there wasn't any interesting table talk, nothing like that. Like, I could play it to you, it's just not very interesting. You just hear kind of like background talking. It's not like one person was being really obnoxious or mocking the other. It's very, very standard. It's, of course, going to be standard because Anthony Zeno is a quiet guy. He's a quiet, soft-spoken guy. Itaraga, I don't know him, but seems like a rec player who seems, just kind of quiet himself. This could not be more boring and standard. I can't stress that enough. It got 34,000 plus views and has 64 likes. I responded. I wrote, please put Kevmath back on this account. Zero chance he would have posted something like this. Thank you for your consideration. How many likes did I get? 75! I got 75 likes, and I had 1/17 of the views they did. because they always get more views from the original post than a reply. They also have a bigger following than me, of course. But even ignoring that, the replies always get fewer views than the original post. That's how it works on X. That's how it's always worked. So they got 17 times more views than I did, but I got 75 likes, they got 64. That is called being ratioed. That's not good. It's not good that they got ratioed by me here. So this team just doesn't know what people want to see. It's probably young people who got hired by some third-party company to produce content. And they kind of understand poker, but they don't know poker Twitter. They don't know what people want to see. They don't understand why it's so stupid to post something like this. They don't understand how insignificant level 2 of the tournament is, and you don't ever post a hand like this unless it's something interesting. So I give a big thumbs down to this WSOP account and the social media team taking over. You see a pattern here? If you hire people who are within the industry, people who are either very big fans of the game or people who are very in tune with the community, then you get good content. Then good things happen. You hire Kevmath, you hire Seriously Serious, then you get good stuff. If you hire just no-namers who work for some kind of social media company to produce content and you give them some loose instructions, you get crap. So that's a big mistake on their part. They should not have a dedicated social media team. And if they do, it needs to be run by people who understand what the people want to see and what they don't want to see. And this just makes people feel like their time's being wasted. It's not like a huge scandal. Like it's not terrible. It's just dumb. It's embarrassing for the brand. Finally, as far as the WSOP subjects, then we'll move on to other things. Pretty good. We have like 5 topics in the WSOP here in 2 days. Finally, I want to talk about the secret entrance to the Horseshoe parking lot. I really hadn't talked about this secret entrance before because it's a secret. And if I tell you, then you will tell people, and then they will tell people, and my secret will be ruined. So I kept it to myself. It was confidential. It was something that was for my eyes only, not yours. But now the secret's out because it's been tweeted about, and it's closed. So let me tell you about the secret entrance, the secret tunnel entrance to the Horseshoe and Paris self-parking lot. If you enter the Horseshoe off of Flamingo, east of the Strip, you can turn right into a driveway, which is right where you see the Horseshoe. Like, just basically when you see the building come up, the first driveway, like right before the building, you turn. And if you continue going in that direction after you've turned right, you'll get to a weird intersection. Now, in the intersection, it looks like what you'd probably do is then go left to the valet area. And you can do that. You can do that and have the valet take your car in valet park. I think you have to be Diamond or higher, but whatever. I'm not talking about the valet here. If you don't go left, you can go straight. And if you go straight, you go under the building. Not downwards, but they actually carved a hole in the building that you can pass through. And then you end up on a very weird ramp that literally goes up the side of the building. I don't mean it goes up in the building. I mean it actually goes up the side of a building. It's actually a ramp that's built on the side of the building of the self-park for Horseshoe and Paris, which, by the way, Horseshoe and Paris share a lot. There is no Paris lot or Horseshoe lot. It's a Horseshoe Paris lot. It is used for both properties. So there is a ramp that actually goes up the side of that parking structure. It's a very weird-looking ramp. And if you look to the left as you drive up that ramp, you will see the Horseshoe, and you'll see the rooms there. You'll be driving up and rising up above the lower floors of the rooms. And you look down at the windows there. It's very weird. It kind of feels like you're driving up into the sky. But you have to first pass through the building in this tunnel. Again, it's not an underground tunnel. It's a tunnel that they've carved through the building. Kind of looks like you're driving the wrong way, but you're not. It's actually a two-way entrance-exit that more people enter than exit. People usually exit a different way. It takes some work to exit that way, but you can. But anyway, you actually can drive the other way. So occasionally when there's traffic the other way, it's kind of you have to squeeze through. It's not very wide. But you go up that, and then you pop out on the third floor of the self-parking structure. And of course, you have to swipe your card or take a ticket to get in at that point. But that's the quickest way in, especially if you are coming from the west on Flamingo, which a lot of locals are. Let's even say you're like staying at the Rio. You'd be coming from the west. You'll be going east on Flamingo. That's by far the most convenient entrance because you don't have to ever enter Las Vegas Boulevard, nor do you have to go all the way around the back. There is a back way where you can go around the back of the building and through a street called Audrey. But this is faster if you're coming down Flamingo. If you're coming Flamingo the other way, if you're coming from the east, it's a little hard to make that turn. But if you're coming from the west, that is the best way in. Well, you can't do it anymore. Chad Holloway posted that they had blocked it off. He posted this like right before the first day of the World Series. And I'm like, oh, wow, they remove all the good things. Why would they remove this? Well, it turned out they didn't remove it on purpose. I thought this was like horrible timing, but it wasn't their choice. A few weeks ago, there was a lot of rain in Vegas that they didn't expect. As you probably know, Vegas doesn't get a ton of rain. But there was a small rainstorm in California that hit Vegas especially hard. A lot of flooding occurred over there and apparently did some damage. So they had to close the whole area. I'm not sure what the damage was, but there was some substantial damage done. Not to the Horseshoe itself, but just that little area with a little tunnel, and I'm not sure if it's the ramp or the tunnel. Something happened over there that caused some real damage. And so they had to make emergency repairs that are going to take a while to do. So it actually had been closed for a few weeks before the World Series, and it's going to remain closed for the time being. In fact, it may not be completed by the time the series ends. So if you do go up that ramp on the side, if you do enter on Flamingo to get to the Horseshoe, you can't go to the self-park anymore that way. You can still enter valet that way, but you cannot self-park that way anymore. You will find it's blocked off. So I just want to let you know there. And by the way, I wasn't serious about it being a secret, but most people don't know about it. Some locals know about it, but it's not known to tourists. It's kind of weird and not intuitive. So unless you know it's there, you would never think of entering that way. It really looks like you're driving the wrong direction, or that it just isn't something you could do at all. Like, trust me, this is not something an infrequent tourist to Vegas, even one who takes their car, they would never think of going that way. But locals all know it. And experienced visitors, some of them know it. But it's gone. Just wanted to let you guys know. Okay, so let's go to a topic that has nothing to do with the World Series of Poker. We talk about Tom Dwan. Tom Dwan had a meltdown. And I was a little bit involved, not with causing him to meltdown, but I was involved with communicating with him during the meltdown. And I will tell you what I think happened. This is an ongoing situation. It's not even completely figured out yet of where it's going to go. I think it's kind of figured out what happened, sort of. But where it goes from here, who knows? So Tom Dwan, of course, is a player that goes back to the 2000s. Very well-known player in poker. Someone who had a very wild and unpredictable play style, had a good deal of success in the 2000s, then seemed to get involved with Paul Fua and some of those kind of questionable people out of Macau, and was staying over there and playing on their dime, and there was some concern for him that maybe he got in debt to Chinese organized crime. So there's been a lot of concern about Tom Dwan over the years. That he just doesn't appear to be completely mentally healthy, even before this recent meltdown. This is someone that really doesn't always seem to be all there. He's just someone who's kind of a savant at poker, but at everything else just kind of seems out there. In some ways, he reminds me of Stu Unger, who I didn't know personally, and he predated my involvement in poker. He died before I got involved in poker. But from what I've read about Stu Unger, Tom Dwan has some similarities to him. Anyway, very weird stuff got tweeted on April 29th. 1:36 a.m. Pacific time, Tom tweeted, "Active treason at real Donald Trump." So he's basically telling Donald Trump that there's active treason going on. Huh? Now, this did not get a lot of attention at first because it looked like a political tweet. It looked like that Tom Dwan thought that someone was committing treason somewhere and that Donald Trump should know about it. And of course, Donald Trump's not reading Tom Dwan's tweets and is not checking every time someone ats him on X. So Of course, Trump's never going to see it, so people are like, okay, just Dwan being Dwan. He's just being weird and tweeting about some kind of political belief he has that doesn't make a lot of sense. He's not explaining it. Who cares? Whatever. Like, I saw that, and I'm like, okay, this is odd, but who really cares? But then it got more interesting. An hour later, he tweeted, Central Middlesex Hospital. That's it. Not I am at Central Middlesex Hospital, not such and such things happening there, just Central Middlesex Hospital. Now, where is Central Middlesex Hospital? I had a kind of knowledge of Fabersham here. If you don't mind, I'd like to interject about this situation, because I think I know a bit more about this than you. Central Middlesex Hospital is located near Heathrow Airport, all right? So it's not in your neck of the woods. It's across the pond where you are, and he's saying something about Central Middlesex Hospital, which is run by the NHS, which is our nationalized healthcare service. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Colonel Fabersham. So yes, he was at Central Middlesex Hospital, from what we could surmise from this, but why? And what does he mean about treason? Why is Donald Trump involved? Well, then he wrote, U.S. Embassy, please. This is about an hour and a half after the Middlesex Hospital tweet. Please pressure the maximum amount possible to save my life at JD Vance. Huh? He's asking JD Vance to save his life? He's asking for the U.S. Embassy? So from what we can gather so far, this is at 4:17 a.m. Pacific time, April 29th, Tom Dwan, presumably at Central Middlesex Hospital in England, and is claiming that there's treason going on, active treason, and that he needs the maximum amount of possible pressure to save his life. And he's asking JD Vance for that, Vice President JD Vance. Well, then it started to get a little bit more clear, but not that clear, about what was happening. He wrote, under no circumstances should I be drugged or sedated. This was agreed at high level at the U.S. and U.K. Now, this was 8 hours after his previous tweet. So this is now at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time, April 29th. In England, it's about 8:30 at night. So he's saying, under no circumstances should I be drugged or sedated. Now, okay, so it sounds like he's at a mental hospital in the UK, and that he doesn't want them to force drug or force sedate him. Okay, there's people who say that all the time when they're brought to mental hospitals against their will. But what is this about? It was agreed at a high level in the US and UK? So what, Trump and Vance and top UK officials all got together and agreed that Tom Dwan is not going to be sedated? So that was weird. That was weird. So what the hell happened? Like, why is he in this hospital? Who put him there? Why is he being sedated? And why does he think that top-level U.S. officials like JD Vance agreed not to do this? Well, then another 9 hours passed. And then he tweeted, how do I live stream? I do not want any drugs, and if people come in, I'll sit in the corner, so no excuse for me to be assaulted, etc. So basically he's saying, I want to live stream right now, so someone show me how. And by the way, I don't want any kind of drugs administered to me, and I'm going to come and sit in the corner if anybody tries to walk in here. Anybody mean like any staff. And he's basically saying he's going to sit in the corner so they can't claim he's a threat to them. They can't claim they have to sedate him because he's going to attack. He's going to sit all the way in the corner and say, look, I'm not going to bother you, don't bother me. That's what he's trying to say. Then he actually gave his room number. He said, I'm at Park Royal Hospital, room 8. Should be no reason for anyone to come in this room or for me to move for 24 hours at least. Then he tweeted, people who love me or care about me, please help me survive the next few hours and day. I can't do it alone. Should be no reason for any drugs or people to come in the room, etc. So he seemed very concerned that people were going to come in the room and force sedate him, and it looked like he didn't want to be there. Now, Tom Dwan was also messaging me privately. Now, we're not friends, but we've known each other casually for about 19 years now, because he goes way back to Never Win Poker. He was an active poster there before he became known in poker. So he knows me. As I said, we're not friends, but he occasionally messages me. So he messaged me on X because I was responding here. He didn't think of me to message out of nowhere, but I was responding, so he started messaging me privately. He was very hard to follow. I was trying to ask him what's going on, what happened. I'm trying to be nice and sensitive here. I know he's going through something. So I'm trying to find out what's happening. I even offered to start an emergency radio show if he wants to say something to the public. I didn't think that terrible things were happening to him. I didn't think necessarily that he was being kidnapped or held against his will and that everything should be fine and they're just sedate him anyway. I knew we probably weren't getting the whole story, but I was trying to be sensitive here. I was trying to be helpful, and I was willing to put him on radio to say whatever he wanted, and I was trying to understand what happened in the first place. But it was very hard to follow what he's writing to me. He kept just asking me to help him. He kept telling me that he wants my support. What does that mean? What does he mean by support? Does he just want me to say, I support Tom Dwan? I'm not going to say that. It's weird. So, I got to understand what my support means. And then he kept talking about streaming. He wants to stream with me. I said, well, you can come on my show. Well, okay, well, let's stream. I'm like, okay, well, I don't do streaming on my show. It's audio, but let's just do it. They give me the number. I'll call the room there. We'll do it there. And I didn't think about how the phones aren't working on this show, but I don't know. That would have been a challenge, but let's put that aside. He kept talking about how he wants to stream with me, but he can't do it right now. He wants to stream with me maybe tomorrow, he says. And I was trying to nail down, okay, how are we going to do this? In what manner are we going to do this? And he just wasn't answering. He was just ranting with, okay, well, can you tweet something in support? I'm like, oh, what do you mean by that? He'd say, support in what I'm saying. I go, okay, but support in what you're saying in what way? What do you need support with? So I wasn't getting clear answers here. So I finally kind of just gave up. Now, some people didn't believe it was really him. Some were thinking he might have been hacked. I didn't believe that. I'm a very good judge of whether someone's hacked or not hacked, and this did not look like a hacking to me. Why? Because it was too weird to be a hacking. If it was a hacking, it would have just come out right away with something that's very provocative. So just saying active treason at real Donald Trump is not that interesting. That just looks like a political tweet. What would have been more interesting would be, I've been taken against my will. Stay tuned. I'll tweet about this later when I have a chance. Well, then that would get everyone's attention. Then everyone would be waiting to see what he tweets next, and there'd be a lot of buzz about it. But just active treason at real Donald Trump is not a good opening tweet if someone has hacked you and is trying to get attention. So between that and other factors, I believe this is really him. Plus the fact that he's not known to be a mentally stable guy. So then he wrote now on the morning of April 30th, 12:50 a.m. Pacific time, almost 9 a.m. In London. I was given 3 doctors by Home Security, meaning Homeland Security, presumably U.S. Homeland Security. 2 I still have. 1 U.S. Operational Command has seen would have gotten me out and is now gone. It was a small opportunity on my own room with a bunch of security that was right outside. Yeah, I have no idea what all that means. He's basically trying to say that there's 3 people he's associated with at Homeland Security of the U.S., 3 doctors, and that one of them could have helped him, but now is not there anymore. I don't know what he's talking about, the security outside. I don't know what he's saying here. A person named Malia Hartman posted, he might be hacked, but I don't think so. I just called the hospital and asked if they've admitted a Tom Dwan, and they said yes. So there was the confirmation that he was really there, which I thought all along. Then someone thought that this Malia Hartman was just somebody who was interfering. And so a person wrote, that's so fucking out of line, you don't even know him. And to fucking call a hospital and check on him? He's clearly not very well right now, and that's only feeding into his paranoia. Wow, you people are really sickos. So Malia Hartman responded back and said, not that I need to prove it, but if it helps him out, yeah, he's my homie from way back in the day, so watch your mouth. I know him, you don't. And it showed this girl from quite some time ago. You can see there that he was much younger, where she was holding him like she was his girlfriend or something at one point. And he's wearing a suit, and she is holding him like they're together as a couple. So this looks like an ex-girlfriend of his that was concerned. So, okay, wasn't that a line at all. So from what we could see by that point was that he was at what looked like some kind of mental hospital in the UK. He was there against his will. He was afraid he was going to be forced medicated. And he believed, though highly unlikely to be true, that top-level U.S. officials, maybe even JD Vance, had promised him this will never happen. Well, at 8:11 a.m. Pacific time, again, this is now in the late afternoon UK time, he wrote, "Finally feeling a bit better. I got a bit stressed. Sorry." So people are thinking, okay, well, he must have just been completely nuts the day before. Now he's kind of come down and he's okay. Now what's funny is Ryan Feldman, who is a nice guy. You know, Ryan Feldman's very agreeable and non-confrontational. And Tom Dwan talked to him privately too and asked for support. And here is Ryan Feldman's version of it. He wrote, "Tom is a good man with a good heart. If anyone can help him in the UK, please do. He doesn't deserve this. We're praying for your safety." So I'm guessing Tom asked like a lot of people to tweet their support, and Ryan's like, okay, I'll give you support. And tweeted that out. I wasn't going to do it. You know, Tom was just ranting crazy stuff. And, if I could have been helpful in the situation, I definitely would have been. I wasn't looking to make a joke out of the whole thing. But at the same time, I'm not going to tweet things like he doesn't deserve this because I didn't know what was really happening. I thought there was a very good chance that he was really having some kind of mental breakdown and really needed to be there. Now, it was also possible that maybe they overdid it. Maybe he wasn't breaking down to the point that he should have been institutionalized. But I wasn't ready to go put my name to that he's being abused by the UK or that he doesn't deserve this. Then we got a little more information. Tom tweeted, "By the way, on the flight early on, as the, quote, flight attendant plugged in my phone, he wiped my browser history and other info. So this plan was obviously in motion for a while. Please help. I'm so scared. I'm a good man. This is nuts." A person who goes by Joe MLB Man responded, "Your posts are all over the place. None of us can make heads or tails of what's actually happening. If they're letting you use your phone, I can't imagine they're trying to cause you harm. Praying you make it through any trouble safely, Tom." And that was kind of my feeling too. Like, okay, they're letting him use his phone. If this is really some conspiracy to kidnap him and silence him, they wouldn't let him use his phone and announce this is going on. And furthermore, it would be nice if whatever was happening to Tom, that he recovers and gets back home safely and that nothing gets worse. That was basically my thinking too. So Tom wrote back to this guy, "I am under attack by an admittedly shitty intelligence agency. They are trying to break in and drug me. Dodge this, but not lasting long." Then he went on to say, and I guess I got to quit with the sound effect or I'll be playing it about 20 more times. In response to someone saying, "Millions of people see you. We will hold the staff accountable. Most likely the staff is doing their best to help you. I know I am." That's a person named Ben Hussman. It's basically saying, we're all seeing this, Tom. If anything funny happens, we'll go after them. The crowd will go after them on social media. We'll make sure that we get justice for Mr. Dwan. They're probably just trying to help you, Tom. But if they're not, don't worry. We're going to hold them accountable. So Tom wrote back to this guy, "No, I was in direct operational control of 1/3 of the last place from U.S. Operational Command. They wiped info from my phone 2 hours into the flight, long before they created a problem in order to create fake charges as they almost clocked me out. I happened to not clock out." I think he means killed by clocked out. "So I'm a huge threat to them right now. Please, I beg you, help me. I'm so scared." Now, by the way, I think he really meant all this. Some people said he was faking because he owes money and he's just faking a breakdown. I don't think so. I think this is all real. Real in that, not that he was dealing with U.S. Operational Command, whatever the hell that is, but that he really thought he was. So then he tweeted again to Donald Trump. He wrote, "To Keir Starmer, Donald Trump, and David Sachs, I am on UK soil as a U.S. citizen who has never been offside in the presence of 5 NHS nurses who keep running away and escalating." Now, by the way, I moved back a little bit. These last few tweets I'm reading to you, these were all before he said he's okay. So he claimed that 5 NHS nurses, remember, NHS is the National Health Service of the UK, that they are escalating the situation and that he's on UK soil. He showed texts that he had with someone asking him, "Holy shit, Tom, are you okay?" He said, "Yeah." The person said, "What's going on? You need help?" He said, "I hope, but I keep trying to de-escalate. They refuse to accept, so maybe they're going to actually kill me." Then he wrote, "What the fuck, bro? I'm trying to have a handshake with a guy and chill out." He's not clear about who this guy is. "I've asked for a beer from the start of this. A McDonald's too, please." So he's saying that some guy there, he's trying to ask for a beer at McDonald's and is not bringing it to him. Then he wrote, "Literally because I'm 1 minute behind because guys shouting at me, they instantly escalate to threaten to kill me. Didn't they learn from the Trump-Zelensky meeting? You don't have the cards." Well, fortunately for Poker News, they have a guy who works for them or works with them in London named Will Schaliber. And I've seen him post before. I've seen him write articles for Poker News. So Will Schaliber came down to this hospital and visited Tom Dwan, the Central Middlesex Hospital. And here's what Will posted on April 30th at 10:20 a.m.
I've just come out of the Park Royal Centre for Mental Health after speaking with Tom Dwan. He's clearly under the supervision of the NHS here in Middlesex, just outside of London. I spoke with him for about 15 to 20 minutes. He spoke to me at length about what he believes he's gone through. I can assure you that he is looking well. He appeared physically unharmed. And as I said, probably in exactly the right place to continue to get better.
So Will Schaliber is basically saying he's in the right place, that he should be in a mental hospital. He looks physically well. Everything's fine. Nothing's happened to him. And from my meeting with him, I believe he should be there. That's what Will Schaliber is basically saying. Some people gave Will a hard time for not being more specific and for not verifying Tom's claims of having broken bones, because there were some other tweets I didn't read to you where Tom was saying that they broke his bones. But I think this was fine. If you read between the lines, it's clear Will was saying that Tom was physically okay and that he's properly institutionalized due to his condition at the moment. So Tom then wrote this. He wrote, "Can the Poker News reporter," referring to Will, "who just left and was promising he's coming up to this classified area, bring a bottle of non-drugged water, please?" Come on, Will, just bring him some non-drugged water. Doesn't that be a good brand? You know, it could be one of the crappier brands. It could be Nestle Pure Life for all things. But just bring up something that's not drugged, please. He also said, "And can we have some NHS supervisor unaffiliated as my bodyguard so they can't kill me or wreck my brain and my heart can relax?" Now, I understand how Tom was feeling here. I've never been institutionalized before, and I assume most of you probably haven't. But think if you were. Think if you're in a foreign country, even one that's like the UK, even if it's a first world country, but that they grab you and institutionalize you, lock you in a room, and say they're probably going to be force medicating you. And you're like, "No, I want to leave. I want to go home. I want to get out of here. I don't want to be in this hospital. I don't want to be drugged. Just let me walk out." And they say no. That would feel very stressful even if you're not crazy. So I can understand how someone who's already going through a breakdown would really freak out through this. Now, there were people who said this couldn't be real. They wouldn't let him keep his phone. But that's not true. And some people in the UK have actually verified that this is a tactic they use at the mental hospitals where they will leave the phone with certain mental patients if it will calm them down. If they're in a very paranoid state where they think that the hospital is doing shady things and shutting them out from the outside world, they're like, "Oh, look, you can keep your phone and you can contact whoever you want. So everything's transparent. So tell whoever you want that you're here and they can check up on you." And then they do this to make people feel better. So they probably left Tom with his phone for that reason. He was probably ranting that they're going to kill him and that they kidnapped him, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, "Look, we haven't kidnapped you. We're just institutionalizing you because we think you're a danger to yourself and others. And but you can keep your phone. You can use your phone while here and contact whoever you want so we can show you we have nothing to hide." It's probably something like that. He then tweeted, "Need some friends, please. Feels like they're hoping I have a heart attack. What the fuck?" Now, again, it is unnerving to be trapped in a room in a hospital, not be able to leave. I can see how that would be very bothersome. I would not like that myself. Even if I was otherwise in a right state of mind, I would not like that. It's a big deal to have your freedom. Now, I'm not saying that they should have necessarily let him out, because if he really was just completely melting down, you can't just let him out into society and cause harm to himself or others. So there is a point where this has to be done. But there's also, you have to keep in mind, sometimes this makes things worse. Now, I wasn't there, and I don't know anyone who was there that saw the original meltdown, so maybe this was justified, maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I'd have to have seen what happened. The UK does have a law, according to someone who posts on the site as Sean Fanning's Limp Dick. That's actually his screen name. Sean Fanning's Limp Dick wrote that they actually do have the right in the UK to institutionalize and force medicate anyone that they deem to be a threat to themselves or others. And this includes foreigners who travel into the UK. And he said that this particular hospital is fairly close to Heathrow Airport, and that Tom must have had a meltdown on the plane, and that they called mental health professionals over, and maybe the police, and that they brought him to the hospital because of how he melted down on the plane, and presumably he was no better in the airport. And I agree that's probably what happened, because if he was melting down on the plane, but then he gets off the plane, he's like, okay, guys, I'm okay now. I'm just freaking out on the plane. Sorry about that. I don't do well with planes. There's a lot of people who have issues on planes for various reasons. A lot of different reasons that people might have a breakdown on a plane. And as long as they don't do something bad, as long as they don't threaten people or try to break something or do something dangerous or just completely freak out, like if it's just more of a person having a mental health breakdown on a plane where they haven't actually harmed anyone or anything or made any threats, if they get on the ground and then they're like, sorry, I just lost my wits, I was up in the plane there, but I'm okay now, then they'll typically let them go. But probably once they got him ranting about how JD Vance promised this isn't going to happen, they knew they couldn't just let him go. They knew he was just talking nonsense, and they're afraid to just let him out there into society there. Little side discussion here I want to have. People were asking, why do we keep seeing just like craziness from people in poker? Why do we see so many people in poker who seem to have major mental health issues, and some unfortunately end up taking their own lives, such as Matt Marafiati is one I can think of fairly recently. Why do we keep seeing this? So here's my theory. Poker attracts a disproportionate number of people who are either on the autism spectrum or have major psychological disorders. And this is because, unlike traditional jobs and careers, having autism or Asperger's or just major mental health issues, that does not prevent success in poker, provided you have a natural aptitude for the game and are high functioning enough to concentrate at the table and stay within the rules. So if you're completely out to lunch and you can't sit at a poker table and act normal, then no, you can't succeed in poker. But as long as you can do that, as long as you can sit there and play the game and you're good at it, you're just naturally good at it like Tom is, then you can be very successful in the game, but still be a complete nutcase. You can still have major psychological issues and still succeed in poker, whereas at a regular job, you can't. At a regular job, you will get yourself fired. So that's why poker attracts a disproportionate group of people like this, because some of these people couldn't really make it in regular society with a regular job, and they're trying this. I'm not saying everybody in poker is like that. There's a lot of normal people in poker, a lot of semi-normal people in poker, but there are a lot of people in poker who are far from normal. And look, I'm not even saying like I'm super normal. I'm a little bit different too, but I'm not someone like with major issues. So anyway, I always thought there was a decent chance that Tom Dwan is on the autism spectrum. He definitely has psychological issues. He definitely falls into the category of good at poker and bad at most other things in life. So there's a lot of dysfunction surrounding him. Now, he has been able to maintain long relationships with women, so I'll give him that much. So that does say a lot, because if he was like a total fruitcake outside of poker, then these women would have ditched him a long time ago, even if he does have money. So the fact that he did have these long relationships with women, and that one who was responding there, she apparently still cares about him. So that does say that he is normal enough to do that. As I said, he has some similarities to Stu Unger, But Stu Unger seemed to be more attracted to illicit drug use than Tom. I don't know if Tom does drugs or not, but that was a big thing to Unger and eventually killed him, whereas Tom, I don't think that's a big thing to him. I don't know if he does drugs at all. Unfortunately, guys like Tom Dwan will often either completely crack or they'll get themselves in messy situations like this one, and sometimes end up broke and sometimes, really unfortunately, end up dead. Matt Marafiati was one of them, as I said. He ended up jumping off of a high balcony in New Jersey in order to escape what he perceived was a kidnapping when it wasn't. And he left behind a young daughter, by the way, to grow up without him, so that was very sad. Now, there is a group of people in poker that I call the nerd contingent. A lot of these good players who study GTO and stuff like that, those guys are, for the most part, not crazy. Those are like the really smart math nerds who study the game and are successful at it. And while, they don't have the most exciting personalities in most cases, and sometimes they're a little bit odd, they otherwise live normally. And these people actually could have a normal career and just don't because they see they can make more money in poker. They're not that interesting to watch on TV, but they're far less likely to melt down in this fashion. So that kind of group in poker, you're not going to see that much out of. But you have the people like Tom Dwan, who are just like field players and just kind of found the game and just naturally found themselves good at it, but have a lot of issues. Those types, you never know what's going to happen with them. So does it end here? No, of course not. In fact, it still hasn't ended. We didn't hear much out of Tom for quite some time. Remember, he was just tweeting up a storm. At one point, he did say that he was feeling a bit better, and he just got a bit stressed. But then he vanished. He tweeted a ton of stuff. The last thing he tweeted was feeling a bit better, got a bit stressed, sorry, and then just vanished. And he vanished for 2.5 weeks. Well, he showed up on May 17th and tweeted, with quote tweeting the one about feeling a bit better, "This tweet was coerced out of me. They restrain people and inject them with drugs. Was supposed to have phone back after 5 to 10 minutes, ended up not having access for more than 2 weeks. Obviously judged some details wrong and got paranoid on some stuff. I need to go to a beach ASAP." And then a little bit later he wrote, "Just about to arrive in the U.S." So he's got out of the hospital and hopped on a plane back to the U.S., and he is currently in the U.S. So basically what he was saying here is that they forced him to tweet that he's feeling better and he got a bit stressed, and that they also lied to him and said that they're just going to took his phone away for 5 or 10 minutes, and then they kept it for over 2 weeks and only gave it to him as he was discharged. He did concede that he got some details wrong and got paranoid, so presumably he's meaning the U.S. operations stuff and the people trying to kill him, and so he probably kind of understood that he was being detained for a mental breakdown, but he still was asserting that they abused him and shouldn't have detained him like this and treated him poorly, just that nobody was trying to kill him. This wasn't a government conspiracy to kill him. He didn't say that directly, but that's what he was, I think, trying to imply there. Obviously, Tom was not in his right mind when he was ranting about JD Vance and being promised by U.S. command operations that this won't happen. Again, I can understand why it's unnerving to be forced hospitalized, especially in a foreign country, and forced medicated. I actually can believe that they coerced him to write that tweet because they probably didn't realize what was going to happen. They may not even have realized that he has a big following on Twitter. So when they institutionalized him and they let him have his phone just so he felt better, then he created this big hassle, and all these people were probably calling the hospital saying, you better leave Tom Dwan alone. Don't kill him. Don't do anything to him. He's a good guy. I can imagine how many calls they got there. I even wonder if maybe some people called up and threatened the staff there. It's possible. And they definitely got hassled by a lot of people. I was not one of them. I didn't call there, but I can imagine that the staff there was bugged a lot about this, and they're probably thinking, what the fuck? Why did we leave this guy with his phone? This has been such a nightmare. Then I know that this Poker News guy, Will, and then one other person visited Tom there at the hospital. So he had visitors too, and they probably just were regretting the whole thing that he had his phone. But the problem was they were probably afraid to try to get the phone from him. They probably thought he was going to flip out if they tried to take it away and probably would have fought them. So they're probably saying, "Oh, Tom, if you just don't mind, if you could put the phone down for 10 minutes, just put it to the side here. We just want to have a talk with you, and we'll give it right back. We're not confiscating it. We just want you to have a discussion with us while the phone is off to the side, so we can fully concentrate on what we're saying." And he's like, "Okay, I'll put it over here. Yes, we're just going to move the phone away, but don't worry, we're going to give it back to you within 10 minutes or so." And then they just walked off and took the phone and didn't give it back. I could totally believe that this is a way to get him to give it up. And then they just didn't give it back to him because he was creating a lot of hassle for them with it. That they got tired of all the paranoid tweets that were making everyone think that he was being held prisoner there. So I think it's best that he doesn't leave the U.S. or travel on airlines anytime soon. It is a little bit scary that the UK can force hospitalize you and force medicate you if you have a mental health incident on a plane. Because planes are not typical living environments. It's well known that a lot of people have particular phobias and paranoias regarding air travel. And if someone flips out but doesn't hurt or threaten anybody, just because they're feeling claustrophobic or because they are worried the plane's going to crash or something else kind of comes up on the plane that just makes them not feel like themselves and they act weird, but then get on the ground and they're relatively calm and coherent, they should be let go. And I'm not sure if they always will. Hopefully they will. But I will say it does seem that Tom was still acting crazy once on the ground, so that's probably why there was the forced hospitalization. So is it over there? No. Still not over. Let me tell you some more things. First of all, let's scoot back a bit. Remember, Tom's phone seemed to have been taken on April 30th. However, on May 3rd, a guy named Mark Bannon, and it's Mark B-A-N-I-N, Mark Bannon, visited Tom there and took a picture with him. And this is what Mark Bannon tweeted, a lot more pro-Tom than what Will Schalibert did in that video. Mark wrote, "Just visited with Tom Dwan for over an hour. He is currently being held against his will and being force medicated. He is fully coherent and articulate, but is fearful for his safety due to the overuse of medications. He wants to leave." So he's calling for all his friends and family to put pressure where they can so he can be released. He is not a threat to society or himself and seems normal as one can be given that they have been piled him with drugs. Release Tom Dwan. So I don't know. It is possible they held him for too long. It is possible he calmed down. Like, if he really could speak with this Mark Bannon dude for an hour and come off normal, and this is May 3rd, like days later, like, they should have let him go at that point. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there was a lot more that happened that I don't realize. But there can be two things true at once, that Tom Dwan had a meltdown and needed to be institutionalized, but that he got better fairly quickly, and then they wanted to hold him for 2.5 weeks while they verified he was really better for more than just a moment, which, if that's the case, that wasn't right, but who knows. So, do I think that the message about feeling better was coerced? I think possibly yes. I don't think he was coerced like they were hurting him in any way or making direct threats to him, but I think it was kind of coerced in a way. This is my guess, of course. I have no info that this is what happened, but my guess is that it was a situation where they told him he'd get released sooner if he demonstrated sanity by telling his followers that he overreacted and that everything's okay. So probably their plan was, after getting inundated with phone calls and who knows what else, maybe even threats, maybe the hospital went to him and said, "Tom, if you could do us a favor, please. We're getting all kinds of nonsense on the phone here and emails that are just very, very unpleasant and really getting our goat. And if you don't mind, if you could put out a tweet saying that you overreacted, that everything's okay, then we'll get you out of here lickety-split." And so maybe he did that just to get out of there faster, and then they pulled that trick and got his phone away from him. So this way, that's the last thing he tweeted. Like, they could have pulled something dirty like that, which is kind of shitty. So I do think there is a bit of a lesson in this, believe it or not. If you're flying into a country with laws that can detain you if you flip out on the plane, then you should travel with a companion who can advocate for you from the outside, if you're prone to that sort of thing happening. This way, the advocate can make the difference between your quick release and you being institutionalized for the medium term. Because if Dwan was traveling with somebody... Because if Tom Dwan was traveling with somebody who could have immediately gone to the hospital and said, okay, look, I know him. He just has his kind of freak outs. It's fine. I've seen this many times before. Can you just let him go as soon as he calms down? Because once he calms down, he'll be okay. And if they say no, then you start getting a hold of lawyers and whoever else that can get him out faster. You don't leave it up to Tom to do it, who's not in a complete right state of mind anyway. So I think he was just advocating for himself and probably not doing a very good job of it, and that's why he was institutionalized for so long. I think his tweets didn't help him because it just aggravated the hospital, and they felt like they had to take away his phone and cut him off. On May 18th, he posted a picture of an NHS worker. He wrote, I asked this guy for his name tag and he wouldn't show me. Felt morally wrong. He was in double digits of those, in my opinion. I still shouldn't have tweeted this pic and regret it, but man, I was pissed off. Apparently it violated some NHS policy, but I'm American. I like the First Amendment. By the way, apparently people were threatening the staff. I don't condone that kind of shit. I hope no one does it on my behalf. I'll be filing many complaints and a bunch of different lawsuits along with some various tweets and other PR, but only proper channels type stuff. Cool in my opinion. And he put a UK flag for some reason. So basically he's saying he's going to file lawsuits over this and complaints over this, but at the same time, he doesn't like the fact that people were threatening the staff there. So yeah, that probably complicated the matter. Then he also tweeted, May 18th, by the way, if people around me had listened properly to my request for public pressure, I think that's what he's trying to ask me, public pressure, but he kept talking about support, couldn't explain what that meant, I would have avoided about 10 days of being held effectively prisoner and being drugged against my will. Gonna try not to spaz tweet much until something steam, though. I don't understand what he's trying to say. Need some beach time, he wrote with emojis. He then went through a big tweet storm on May 27th where he was selecting people who had responded to him and was quote tweeting them. And he selected two of my tweets and quote tweeted them. So I was quote tweeted twice by Tom Dwan on May 27th. I had written, from what I understand, Tom had a psychological issue on the plane coming into Heathrow, which allowed them by the UK law to detain, institutionalize, and force medicate him at a hospital nearby. I'll let the reader determine things from there. So Tom quote tweeted that and wrote, you don't understand very well. Limit players, ... Ouch. Tom Dwan is making fun of me for being a limit player, saying that I don't understand very well. Limit players just don't understand. Remember Will Smith when he was the Fresh Prince? Remember parents just don't understand? Well, this is limit players don't just understand. I also wrote to somebody else that Poker News visited him there. That was someone who was thinking that maybe he was never really in this hospital at all. And then Tom wrote, they were sent by docs, meaning doctors, not me. It was extremely manipulated experience. Barring a bunch of fast and very thorough sorries, Poker News and their parent organization will be hit with some stuff soon. Meaning he's going to sue Poker News? I and many others in poker don't like them or their methods. They have a lot of dirt. Then he asserted through other tweets and also in DM to me that Will Shalibra of Poker News, who came down and visited him, was intentionally lying to the public in order to please the corrupt NHS and its doctors. Yeah. He said that Will was first delayed by 45 minutes by the staff there, which I guess is believable, and then had only 15 minutes left to talk to Tom because Will told him he paid for parking for only an hour and therefore can only stay 15 more minutes. He said Will promised to come back and never did, and that he thinks this whole thing was a manipulation that Will was part of. Now, I think there might be some partial truth to this. I think it is possible that after 15 minutes, Will felt uncomfortable because Tom was just ranting, and Will's like, okay, this guy's crazy. I don't want to be here anymore. So he made up a story about the paying for parking for an hour and bolted out of there. And he probably said, I only paid parking for an hour, so I got to get out of here. But I'll come back, though. I'll be back for you. I'll see you a little bit later, Tom. And then just bolted out the door. I could see that being possible if he didn't feel comfortable there and just felt that Tom was crazy and needed to be there. Had this occurred in L.A., I actually would have gone down there and tried to ascertain the truth. Now, maybe it would have gotten me sued, but I probably would have done it. Tom claims he was held and medicated against his will. He claimed in tweets near the end of this whole thing that he was denied the ability to contact lawyers or relatives. But then I asked him, and I asked him this privately, I said, how were you denied the ability to contact lawyers or relatives when you were tweeting for more than 24 hours? If you had the phone to tweet, how could you have not contacted relatives or lawyers with that same phone? So he said that he only had Twitter on that phone and nothing else, so that's all he could do. That's not very likely. I don't know why relatives didn't get involved. That's a good question, though. Now, maybe he thought there was no way to contact the relatives. Maybe he really was in a state where he thought that only Twitter worked. I don't know. Maybe the cell phone didn't have a signal in there and he could only connect to the Wi-Fi so he couldn't make calls. I don't know what the hell's going on. But it does seem to be true that no relatives were involved here, at least not that I could see. So he seemed to believe that he could only tweet. And by the way, he never asked me to call someone. Like if he said, hey, can you call my sister for me? Here's her number. I would have done that. If he wanted me to call someone, if he said, hey, call this lawyer in the U.S., call this lawyer in the U.K. And again, I'm not his buddy. And I've covered some things on here that he's been accused of that, financially that aren't that great. So I'm not someone who kisses Tom's ass. I'm not a good buddy of his. I'm not a close friend. But yeah, he was having a mental health breakdown there. That was for sure. He was being held in this mental hospital. And if he really felt that he was being kept from contacting his relatives or attorneys and wanted me to pass a message along, sure, I would do it. Why wouldn't I? So he's not accusing me of not helping. I'm just saying that he is DMing with people. I know because he was DMing with me. So if it was so important to get to relatives or attorneys and somehow he thought his phone was incapable of this, why wouldn't he ask someone like me or anyone else to contact these people on his behalf? That's what I would do. If for whatever reason I had a phone that only had Twitter working, and when I tried to make phone calls, it failed, I would message people on Twitter and say, hey, call up my relative, here's the number. Call up my attorney, here's the number. That's what I would do. But he just wanted me to tweet and support whatever that was. So anyway, that's where it stands right now. He's back in the U.S. He claims he's going to sue people. He's going to sue the NHS and sue other people involved, maybe sue Poker News. It's very possible that when he goes to an attorney, they're going to say, nope, you have no case, don't bother, especially Poker News. Like the Poker News guy that came in, the worst thing I could say, like the least generous interpretation of what Will Schleiber did there would be like what I said, that maybe he came in, stayed 15 minutes, and then just felt like he was very uncomfortable in there, and he just didn't want to be there anymore and made an excuse to leave. Which, it's not the nicest thing to do, but it's not awful. If he felt uncomfortable and he felt that Tom was crazy and needed to be there and didn't need to see anymore, then I guess. Again, if I were the one to come down there, let's say this happened to Tom in L.A. and I came down, I would have spent a little time there. If he was totally insane and trying to hit me or something, then I'd get out of there. But, if he's just ranting crazily, what I would try to do is calm him down and say, no, Tom, this is not likely to be happening. They probably just think you're in a bad mental state and don't want to let you leave for that reason. So the sooner you can demonstrate you're normal, the sooner they'll let you out. No one's going to kill you. This is not what you think it is. If it were, I would let everybody know. And, maybe it would get through to him. Maybe it wouldn't. It probably wouldn't. And, maybe I'd walk out of there thinking exactly what this Will Schleiber thinks. And then maybe I would have to say, look, he's obviously still not mentally well and probably does still need to be there. But I wouldn't say that my parking is about to expire and I need to run out and I'll be back and not come back, if that's what really happened. Maybe that's not what happened. Maybe that's partially what happened. Maybe Will said, well, my parking's about to run out, so, maybe I'll be back later if necessity calls for it, but I do have to go now. Tally-ho, pip-pip, let's get on with it. Like, it's possible that's what happened. It's possible that Tom misheard him and misunderstood him or hallucinated something, who knows. So Sloppy Joe on the forum thinks that this was all an act, that he's deep in debt with dangerous people, and this is his only way out of it. He wrote, maybe he's genuinely fucked up about it in some way, but he's clearly milking this as a long play for a former friend or opponent with a heart to come in with a lifeline. You cucks never learn. I don't think so. I think this was a legitimate breakdown. That's what I think. Now, it can also be true that Tom owes money and that there's stuff going on in his life that isn't great. But I do think this was a legitimate breakdown separate from that. So I believe what he was writing, he really thought was happening. I think he really thought he was in danger. I think he really thought JD Vance and other important people in the U.S. had promised him that he wouldn't be institutionalized. I think he imagined that on the plane that they cleared his devices off. And I don't want to reveal everything he said to me in Twitter DM because I don't do that to people if they want to say things to me privately. I'm not going to expose it to the public. The only stuff I talked about that he said privately was stuff that was very close to what he said publicly. So there's a lot of other stuff he wrote to me privately that I'm not going to reveal, and he asked me not to say. But what I will say is that there really isn't evidence supporting the things he made the claims about. And I was kind of trying to get that across to him that I just couldn't see why this would be happening and that it just didn't make sense to me. So maybe he'll come to his senses and realize that he had some kind of incident on the plane and then just took a while to come back down to earth. And sometimes what you think you saw and what you think you witnessed going on was not really what was happening if you have those type of mental health issues. And I know it can be very tough if you have those type of hallucinations that you're sure is real. Then it's very hard to just say, no, I didn't see that. It was fake. I had a relative, an older person who was going through dementia, but I had a relative who at the end of their life was having hallucinations about things and was very sure they were really happening. And no matter how hard you tried to convince them that these things couldn't make any sense and that they were imagining in-person conversations with people who were thousands of miles away and stuff like that, like it was very hard to reason with this person that these things didn't happen. And this was when the person was kind of in the earlier stages of dementia where you could still have a conversation with them, but they were very stubborn, believing what they hallucinated had really happened, even if it couldn't make logical sense. So that type of thing might be happening with Tom Dwan, except he's not old, obviously. So anyway, I hope he does get better. Hope now that he's in the U.S., he can relax and maybe come back down to earth. And hopefully he doesn't sue anybody. If the NHS did do something wrong with holding him too long, like if he really did get better and then said, hey guys, I'm okay now, can you let me out? And they're like, oh, no, we need to observe you for 2 more weeks before we even think of kicking you loose. So just don't get your knickers in a knot. Just sit here in the room. We'll have you out in the time when we feel it's most appropriate. At that point, we will come in and say, all right, we have deemed you sane. Off you go. But until then, you'll be spending some evenings with us. Like if they said that and he's like, no, look, I'm totally sane here. Come analyze me. I'm fine. And they didn't believe him. That might be a problem. And then maybe a lawsuit could be justified. I don't know. These hospitals aren't perfect. There's a lot of things that go on in mental hospitals that are not good. There are abuses. And maybe they left him in there longer as kind of a passive-aggressive jab for getting the internet hounds on them. Who knows? So if that type of stuff happened, I guess a lawsuit would be possible. But anything aside from that, I don't see any case, especially the institutionalizing him in the first place was probably justified because as we could see from his tweets, he wasn't normal. He wasn't sane. Sane people don't talk about JD Vance helping them. So now it's time for the Vegas portion of the show. And our first topic is going to be about the MGM properties and something stupid they're doing there involving room service. This was brought out to the public by Vital Vegas, who's been bringing out some good content lately, so I'll give him credit there. But again, this has to do about MGM room service and a very obnoxious thing they're putting out in the rooms and on their website about the room service you can get, what they call in-room dining. This is what it says. In-room dining. For your convenience, we are offering 2 service options delivered to you. First option is takeout service. Delight in the convenience of our takeout service, thoughtfully packed in eco-friendly containers. Enjoy the same exceptional quality and flavors of our menu, prepared for easy on-the-go dining. Whether you're relaxing in your room or taking your meal with you, we ensure a seamless and satisfying experience. Available 24 hours, $10 operation charge. So basically they're saying you can have the room service food, but we're going to put them in eco-friendly containers, meaning takeout containers, and we're going to charge you $10 for it. So you can eat from the takeout containers and probably plastic forks and knives in your room, or you can take it wherever you want. We don't care, but we can bring it to you in takeout format, and we'll charge you $10 for it, $10 operation charge. You think that's bad? What's the next thing? The other option is classic service. Enjoy an exceptional dining experience with our classic table service. Set with linens, silverware, and glassware. Ooh, glassware. Your meal is delivered with care. Savor dishes prepared in the comfort of your room, ensuring a truly refined experience. Available 24 hours, $25 operational charge. Oh, boy. To place your order, press the in-room dining button on your phone. So they are charging you $25 for linens, silverware, and glassware and plates. Basically, if we bring your meal like a normal room service meal, like you've been accustomed to for decades, for your whole life, if we bring it like that, now it's a $25 charge. On top of what the food costs, which is expensive. $25 charge to have silverware and plates and glassware. But your meal is delivered with care. And you got to savor your dishes prepared in the comfort of your room. But it's not really prepared in your room. It's brought to your room. What are they talking about? It's not like a chef comes and makes the food in your room. That I paid $25 for. I see what they're trying to get at here. They're probably replacing the room service fee, because room service is always expensive. Room service, the way it's always been, is that it's expensive in the first place, just the prices are high. Then they charge you some sort of room service fee, and then often you get charged a service fee, which is like a tip for the person bringing it to you. And if they don't, you're expected to tip. So it adds up to a lot of money. I never get room service. I have a few times when I have like a comp, but that's about it. Even with a comp, I usually choose not to waste it on room service. I'm just not a big room service guy for various reasons. For one, I don't like when things are wrong with room service, and it just feels like such a hassle to return it, because you know the guy bringing it to you is going to be very frustrated, and who knows what he's going to do. He may spit in your food, and even if he doesn't spit in your food, it's going to be a long time, and then what if they get it wrong again? It's different than a restaurant where they just run it back to the kitchen. Here they've got to bring it a long way back to wherever it came from and bring it all the way back to you. And what if it's something small, you know? Like if it's massively wrong, that's one thing. But if it's like something small, then what do? Just deal with it? Or like small, medium. Like not so small you can just ignore it, but something big enough to where it'll bug you, but it's not like super major. What do you do then? Like I just don't like that situation. It also sometimes gets there cold or semi-cold, and I feel like a dick if I'm returning it because it's cold. So I just don't like room service for many reasons. And then, of course, there's another reason. Yeah. It's just too expensive. Poor value. The food's already expensive. You pay all kinds of fees. You have to tip them. It ends up very expensive no matter what you get. So I'm just not a room service guy. So the fact that they've been eliminating this from a lot of places, it doesn't even bother me. And that's some of MGM's defense here, is that, hey, look, a lot of hotels aren't even doing this anymore. So at least we're doing it. It's expensive. We're going to charge these operations charges now, which is higher than our room service fee before, but at least we're doing it. But I don't agree. If you're going to do it, then do it right. Now, what was the fee before? Well, I found the MGM Grand on their menu online. This is before this whole thing was printed. It was $9.50. So that's a hell of a lot less than $25. So you could get what they call the classic service, with the savoring the dishes prepared in the comfort of your room with silverware and glassware. Like that was $9.50 at MGM Grand. Now it's $25. So that's a big increase. Big increase. And the problem is what the bean counters in charge of these casinos don't realize is that it gets people angry. It's one thing to have just a room service fee. That people are used to. That people expect. But to actually put it like they're doing something special for you, to just bring you a rolling table with a tablecloth and plates and silverware and glasses, and they hit you with $25 for that. That's obnoxious. That's basically saying, hey, we're charging you for silverware and plates. Charging you $25 for silverware and plates. And people don't like that because they eat out. They eat out at nice restaurants. They're not charged a surcharge for plates and silverware, especially if the food's already expensive. So this is a foreign concept to people. So to be charged that is obnoxious, and it really gets people angry. It's also frustrating because if you're ordering something cheaper on the menu, and of course nothing's really cheap, but what if you're getting breakfast for two? So you get, maybe eggs and bacon and hash browns or whatever, and maybe some orange juice for two. It's not going to be cheap, but the thing is, you got to tack $25 on that. This isn't like tacking $25 onto a $300 meal. So if it's like an $80 meal, this really sucks to tack another $25 on. And then you're going to have tax, and you're going to have tip, and boy, it gets expensive. But the $25 for silverware and glassware, and arguably more obnoxious, the $10 just to put it in takeout containers and give you plastic silverware and say, okay, here's our eco-friendly takeout containers. So enjoy saving the environment and paying $10. It's not even like there's a free option. It's like $10 for takeout containers and plastic knives and forks, or $25 if you want to eat like a human being. Which one would you like, sir? So Vegas is really upcharging their way out of viability. And so when you see these complaints, and I don't want to get political here, but when you see these complaints that Trump pissed off the Canadians and Trump pissed off the Europeans and they're not coming to Vegas, and it is true, there are a lot of people from out of the country who are staying out of America, including Vegas, because they are mad at Donald Trump, and that is hurting the tourism sector. But it's not a bad thing for Vegas. It's bad for Vegas itself, but it's not a bad thing for tourists in Vegas for this to happen, because as long as they're filling up despite this treatment of the tourists, this will continue. When this will stop is when people say no and when they have vacancies because of it. Like when people didn't show up for the Super Bowl, and it was very empty that weekend, this past year, 2025. That was a little bit of a wake-up call to Vegas, like, hey, maybe we better stop with all the upcharging. Maybe we should provide a better value. Maybe we should get back to our roots. There started to be that discussion. That's a good thing. So I'm not trying to say that Trump antagonizing Canada was good. It wasn't good. It was pointless and it was stupid. But what I'm saying here is that don't lament that people aren't coming to Vegas, because that's going to be a better experience for you eventually because of it. Because they're going to have to adjust and say, look, we're not going to fill up anyway because we have fewer international visitors now. So in order to attract domestic visitors, we better shape up. We better stop with these $25 charges for silverware. And by the way, this just got really, really, really bad reactions on X when Vital Vegas posted it. The not bad reactions to him, but to this policy. So it's good when this type of stuff is publicized and they're shamed for it. Now, I actually have an amusing story. I don't know if I've told it before on the show, but I have a story about room service and charging for plates, but not recent. It's from 2013. In fact, the very first day of 2013. My first New Year's Eve as a 7 Stars member, I became a 7 Stars member in, I think, August 2012. So my first New Year's Eve as a 7 Stars member was the one going into 2013. Since I had some power to get comp rooms, I not only got myself a comp room for New Year's Eve, I got my parents a comp room, and both rooms were very close to each other, maybe even next to each other, in the Augustus Tower of Caesar's Palace, facing the Strip and facing the fountain at the Bellagio. It's a very nice view, and my parents really liked the view, and we all got together in one of the two rooms, I think my room, and watched the fireworks together. And it was nice because we could watch the fireworks and we weren't in the crowds and it wasn't cold. Just, sit in the warm room and watch it. So we all went to dinner that night and made sure to get back in plenty of time before midnight to see the fireworks and be in the room. And at the end of the meal, even though we weren't hungry anymore, we ordered several slices of chocolate cake and then took it in to-go boxes. And this was at a Caesars restaurant, by the way. We didn't drive anywhere. It's very hard to drive anywhere once you're already there at the hotel after 6 p.m. on December 31st. This is December 31st, 2012. And we went to eat at a Caesars restaurant, forgot which one. We got that cake, and then we brought the cake back to the room. So we got several slices of cake, and of course they're inflated prices, just for the purpose of having it in the room as we sit there and wait for the fireworks. So we had the cake there, and we were ready to eat the cake, and I thought, uh-oh, we have a problem. We did not bring anything to eat the cake with. We did not have plates, and more importantly, we did not have forks or knives. We could have done without the plates. I guess we could have eaten from the containers there, but we had nothing to eat them with. So I called room service, and I said, hey, I'm a 7 Stars member. Can you please bring up some plates and silverware? And they told me that they can, but it will be a $30 platage fee. Platage. You heard me right. Platage. I assume that's spelled Plateage. A $30 platage fee. I couldn't believe it. Platage? They're telling a 7 Stars member they're going to charge him platage? So obviously I wasn't accepting that. Now you may say, wait a minute, Druff, how can you expect them to just bring you free stuff from room service so you can eat food from elsewhere? Well, because the food from elsewhere was from their restaurants. So I wasn't just bringing my own food, and I explained it to them. I said, look, this is from one of your restaurants. You're welcome to verify it. You can go look up my bill there. I'll give you a way to do it. So can you please just bring up something? We forgot to take something from the restaurant. I don't know if they had something at the restaurant to go, but they probably did. It was a nicer restaurant, but they probably had something you could have taken. But we forgot to do it. The restaurant's closed now. So can you please just bring this up? And they want to charge me a platage fee. They lightly argue with me, but they finally backed down and didn't charge me the platage fee. I told them I'm a 7 Stars member, and I told them what we're trying to do there. I was honest with them, and I was honest why we needed the platage. And I told them this is just insulting that they're trying to charge me this. Like, you don't have to charge for everything. So they backed down because I was a 7 Stars. By the way, I looked up on Grok, that is X's AI, to see if platage is a real term. And I asked Grok, what is platage? And Grok said back, the term platage does not appear to have a widely recognized standard definition in English or common usage. However, based on the provided context and related information, it seems you might be referring to platelage, a French term, or possibly a misspelling of plateau or related terms. No. And by the way, platelage is nothing to do with plates. So I'm going to ask, what is a platage fee at room service? Let's see if Grok can answer that. See, we're getting into the 2020s on this show now. It's not as antiquated as you think. See, I'm using AI for this show. Live AI. Grok says back, a platage fee in the context of room service is a charge imposed by some hotels or resorts for delivering food to a guest room on traditional plates with silverware, napkins, and glassware, as opposed to using disposable containers. See, now it's going on about what MGM was doing. But I was charged a platage fee. No, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. It's actually quoting something I wrote. So maybe it's just referring to something I wrote on the forums, because it said, the term platage is rare, but has been referenced anecdotally, such as a 2013 incident where a hotel quoted a $30 fee for providing plates and forks for a dessert brought to a room. So, Grok is using me as a source, I guess. All right, I guess we've got a circle here where it's using me as a source of a question I'm asking about. All righty. I don't know if that's a real term, platage fee. Let's see if I Google platage fee. No, I see plate fee. I don't see platage fee. I think they just made that up. It's an obnoxious term, though. It just got me mad. It actually got me mad. Like, if they just said it'll be a $30 fee to bring plates and silverware to your room, I wouldn't have been thrilled either, and I wouldn't have paid it. But I would not have had the anger that welled up in my gut when I heard platage. To tell me it's going to be $30 for platage just really, really pissed me off. I just really, really got amped up when I heard that. Platage. Vegas just needs to watch out and stop charging this type of shit, or people are going to stop coming. That's the truth. And you know what? I hope people do stop coming. I hope they do stop coming until this type of stuff ends. On a bit more serious note, Fontainebleau is having more difficulty. Them and Resorts World, they're pretty close to each other physically, and honestly, they're having a lot of the same problems. And both of them are struggling, both of them having legal issues. It's just a mess for both of these properties. Fontainebleau is under investigation by Nevada Gaming for giving $2 million credit to a known bookie who has already been busted and has been in the news lately. And worst yet, this got accidentally revealed, not just to the public, but also to the CEO of Fontainebleau. The whole thing was a big mess. But here's what happened. Damien DJ Leforbes was best known to the public as an occasional high-stakes poker player who appeared on live streams like Hustler Casino Live. He just called himself DJ on those streams. He didn't say what his last name was. He claimed he was a businessman. In reality, he was an illegal bookie. And he ended up getting busted in the whole investigation that brought down the bookie who was taking bets from Shohei Ohtani's interpreter, who was stealing money from Shohei Ohtani to do these large bets. And $16 million was supposedly stolen. Also brought down Scott Sabella, who was the Resorts World president, who's doing all kinds of shady things, including letting known bookies play there with illicit funds, which is very illegal. Damien Leforbes, he didn't directly have anything to do with the Ohtani situation, but he was associated with that bookie who did. The bookie who did, his name was Matt Bowyer, and we talked about him a lot here. But DJ Leforbes was an associate of his who was also a bookie, and he got busted in that same sweep. In fact, the reason this all came out about Ohtani was because they were busting Bowyer and then found that Ohtani's interpreter was one of the high-stakes clients and betting insane amounts of money that didn't make sense. Anyway, this isn't going to be about Ohtani, but this is going to be about Leforbes somewhat. Leforbes and Matthew Bowyer used Resorts World to launder money, and apparently Scott Sabella was fully aware of it. And as I said, that led to Scott Sabella getting fired, Resorts World paying a $10.5 million fine, which is a near-record fine, and also Scott Sabella got charged with the feds. Well, it's come out now that Leforbes was also across the street at Fontainebleau and was extended $2 million credit upon Fontainebleau's opening in December 2023. Now, this isn't brand new information. This was actually tweeted by RobinHood702, a.k.a. RJ Cipriani. He tweeted this in January 2024, just weeks after it happened. But he was largely ignored, and that's because Cipriani puts out a lot of incredible stories about supposed corruption in Vegas, and from what I've seen, some of it turns out to be completely true, some of it turns out to be partially true, and some of it turns out to be bullshit. So you never know with RobinHood702 when he's posting things whether you're getting the truth of the trash. Sometimes he has these amazing scoops about corruption in Vegas, especially on the casino side of things and in the government, and other times it's just him going off with weird shit that has no basis in fact. So I try not to really cover very much he puts out on his Twitter on this show because I never know what's true and what's not. Well, in this case, he was right, and he was way ahead of everybody. So this is what he tweeted on January 3rd, 2024. I'm hearing DJ Leforbes took out a $2 million marker and won $1.5 million. Now, by the way, this is before Leforbes or Bowyer had their names in the news over the Ohtani thing. They had been busted by then. He cashed out the $1.5 million and paid the other markers around town. At that point, Fontainebleau should have shut him down and turned off his marker. Someone screwed up big time and let him activate it, and he blew through it all. So basically what Robinhood is saying is that they gave DJ Leforbes, a known bookie in Las Vegas, a $2 million marker right when they opened, which means he could play $2 million on credit there. But instead of losing, he won. He won $1.5 million. He just got lucky. So what he did was paid back the $2 million that he had taken out, took his $1.5 million in winnings, and then went around town and paid other casinos where he had markers and had lost. So he had owed money on other markers and used this $1.5 million to pay those down. And then he came back to Fontainebleau and said, hey, give me the $2 million again. And they gave it to him, and he chunked it off and then never paid them. That's what Robinhood was alleging. Though at this point, it hadn't been that long since it happened, but apparently he just never paid him, DJ Leforbes. Now, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with them reactivating his marker if he just takes his winnings out and then pays other markers around town and comes back? Why can't he take the 2 million marker again? Well, a lot of casinos frown on this because the whole point of having a marker is that you're good for the money and that they're taking some risk on you because they don't know for sure if you're going to pay, or maybe you have misled them and you're really not good for it. So they give you this marker with the belief that if you win, you're going to play against your winnings, that you can't keep borrowing from them and just pocketing whatever you win. It's almost like you're free rolling them. So that's why casinos don't like doing this. If they give you a $2 million marker and then you win $1.5 million, they say, okay, well, play your $1.5 million you won. When you lose that, we'll give you the marker again. But he didn't lose that. He took the $1.5 million and paid off other markers around town, which he has a right to do with his money he won, but then they shouldn't give him that marker again. They can. It's not illegal, but it's typically not done. And it's not done for the reasons I stated. So Robinhood back in January 2024 was just kind of laughing at Fontainebleau for having done this, and then they ultimately did get stiffed out of that $2 million. Now, when people stiff casinos out of markers, what the casinos do is they go to the district attorney's office and say, file criminal charges against this person because he stiffed us on a marker. And that's actually taken pretty seriously in Nevada. If you stiff casinos on a marker, they come after you and they do criminally charge you. Interestingly, this didn't happen. They never went after Leforbes for the $2 million. They also didn't come after Matthew Bowyer for markers that he had. In fact, this also apparently happened at Venetian, where both Leforbes and Bowyer owed money to them from markers, never paid, and these properties didn't come after them. Resorts World, Fontainebleau, and Venetian allegedly never came after them for their markers, which is very uncommon, especially for large markers. But anyway, getting back to the whole thing with the Nevada Gaming Commission. According to the Nevada Current, which is an independent publication that just gives zero shits and will just publish anything. I actually have some respect for them. They're kind of similar to me in that they'll just come out and put out the facts and not worry about who they piss off. They published that Nevada Gaming Control Board Commissioner Rosa Solis Rainey, during an interview with Fontainebleau President Maurice Wooden, asked him, with respect to anti-money laundering, tell me about the issues that are currently going on at the Fontainebleau with respect to credit issuance. Are you aware of those? So Wooden said, huh? What do you mean issues that are currently going on with credit issuance? I don't know anything about this. And then all of a sudden, another gambling control board member interrupted and said, well, this is currently being investigated before further actions being taken. And then they started debating with each other whether this was confidential. And then Wooden's like, so wait a minute, you guys are investigating me? So that was the first time he heard of this. He didn't know that Fontainebleau is being investigated, and this was supposed to be confidential because they weren't ready to come to Fontainebleau and say, hey, we're investigating you, produce all this stuff for us. So they were still doing a confidential investigation, and the commissioner of the Nevada Gaming Control Board accidentally revealed it at a meeting. And then a debate breaks out there among the members of the Gaming Control Board of whether it was confidential or not. Oops. So Maurice Wooden of Fontainebleau became aware about this investigation, as did anyone who was monitoring this, and the Nevada Current was, and they reported it. So that's when the whole thing came out of what was going on. The matter that is being investigated is what Robinhood tweeted about in January 2024, the whole thing with Leforbes. Now, it's not so much that they let him come back with the same marker. It was the fact that they gave him $2 million credit in the first place, being a known bookie. And they're also investigating why Fontainebleau, Resorts World, and Venetian did not come after Leforbes or Bowyer through the district attorney's office, but instead let these seven-figure markers just go, which, as I said, is very unusual. Now, why would they do that? Well, I think it's pretty obvious. If you're taking action from a known bookie who you're not supposed to be taking action from, you're not supposed to allow these people to play there, with the funds that they illegally obtained. That's against the law. If these bookies then screw you on a marker, you don't go to the district attorney, or otherwise the district attorney says, wait a minute. So Fontainebleau, why exactly did you give this guy credit? We've looked into Damien Leforbes. He's a very well-known bookmaker in Las Vegas. So why did you give him credit? How could you not have known? What did you do as far as investigating his source of funds? And if it came out that they knowingly gave him credit, they could get in very hot water, just like Resorts World did. So Fontainebleau and Venetian probably just let it go because it was not worth pursuing this, even for millions of dollars, because the fines they would have paid and the embarrassment they would have had and the threat to their license would have been worth far more than that, so they just let it go. It was just a risk they took, and if these guys screwed them, then so be it. They were basically willing to let these guys gamble there, because these guys were not just degenerates. These guys were gambling at high stakes there because they were trying to launder money. And this is not just my theory. Matt Bowyer got sentenced to 10 years in prison, and one of the charges was laundering money through casinos. So that's what they were doing there. They weren't just degenerates gambling money they had made through their sports betting business. So basically, the casinos were happy to take this high-stakes action because it's negative EV action. They're expecting to win. They're expecting to beat these guys for the most part. And they just looked the other way, that this was money made through illegal bookmaking. So if these guys screw them, they can't go complain about it. It's the same way that you can't go complain if you're a drug dealer and someone steals your drugs. You can't go to the police and say, hey, this guy stole my drugs and didn't pay me. You can't. You just have to eat it at that point. So similarly, they did not want to go to the DA for these unpaid markers, where anyone else they would have. So this is now getting them investigated, because not only is it pretty clear they must have known that DJ Leforbes was a bookie when they gave him the $2 million, but also they proved it by not going after him, because if he were just a normal guy who stiffed them out of $2 million, they would have. Now, I was discussing this on Vegas Casino Talk, which is the sister site of Poker Fraud Alert, with more of a casino gambling and advantage play focus. And a poster there named M-Dog, who's kind of controversial, so take this with a grain of salt, but he's claiming that there's something called a permanent line that people get where they are allowed to do what Damien Leforbes did, where you can take a marker and take any winnings and do whatever you want with it, and then just reactivate the same marker. And just basically, as long as you don't blow through the marker, then you can't have any more. But as long as you stay within the marker, if they give you $2 million credit, then you can do whatever you want with the $2 million credit. You don't have to keep playing with winnings. You can actually take the winnings and pocket them. So he's calling that a permanent line, and says that the Forbes line was probably also permanent. So that might be true. That might be why they allowed it. Maybe Robinhood is incorrect that they screwed up over there. But the issue is not about them giving him the line again. It was that they shouldn't have given him any line, given who he was, and they kind of proved it by not going after him when he screwed them. So with all of Fontainebleau's other problems, now they have this on top of it. They've just had one mistake after another over there. And now they're being investigated by Nevada Gaming over giving this $2 million marker to a known bookie and then not going after him when they got screwed. Lovely. Well, let's now cover some drama. This is an older story. The one about the Fontainebleau I just did was pretty new. This one goes back to April. Some drama involving Resorts World. And another thing they screwed up. As I said, these two properties are just one fail after another. So this is what happened at Resorts World, and it involved YouTube star Mr. Beast. This is a pretty crazy, unbelievable story. Mr. Beast is a very well-known YouTuber. He's one of the best-known YouTubers. He's a young guy. He was very popular with kids. Eventually, he made so much money from all the YouTube viewership he got as a YouTube partner. Basically, you get paid per view. I have that too here. So if you want to listen to this show on YouTube, I get paid a tiny bit. Not like Mr. Beast. But anyway, Mr. Beast had such a huge following on YouTube that he made a ton of money. And he started then parlaying that into big giveaways, where he'd give away a lot of money through various contests, and then he'd make videos out of those contests. So Mr. Beast developed pretty much a big enterprise in a lot of different ways. And he started to also branch out to merchandising. So, for example, remember we were on a vacation and Benjamin asked, can we get a Mr. Beast candy bar? Because we were at a supermarket buying just some stuff for the road trip while on the vacation. And we walked by the candy area and there was a Mr. Beast candy bar. I had no idea Mr. Beast candy bars existed. I don't really follow Mr. Beast, but Benjamin does. And he's not a huge Mr. Beast fan, but he was aware of the candy bars and heard they were good. And they were expensive. It's like $2 per candy bar. But I said okay and got him the candy bar, and he said it was very good. He enjoyed the candy bars. I think I got him like 3 of them, and he ate 2, and the third one melted in the car. But anyway, Mr. Beast has candy bars and other merchandise, so he started licensing out his name. It's not like Mr. Beast himself is supervising the candy. This isn't his own chocolate recipe. This isn't something that he had a passion for. It's just he must have been approached, hey, would you like to stamp your name on these candy bars? And he said yes. Now, the candy bars were fine because, as I mentioned, they were very good. They were expensive, but they tasted very good. So he wasn't embarrassed to have his name on that, even though he wasn't personally producing them. But Mr. Beast has been in some controversies, and I won't bother to talk about what all of them are, but he's been through a number of different scandals, some of which are related to him licensing out his name. And this is one of them. So Resorts World advertised that they were having something called the Mr. Beast Experience. And this was on their website. This was put on by Resorts World. To be clear, this wasn't something that was taking place there but had nothing to do with them. This was put on by Resorts World. It was a Resorts World event. And they very clearly promoted that it was a Resorts World event. In fact, I got a hold of the flyer that they were putting out about this. It's gone now, but this is on their own website. It says, Mr. Beast Experience at Resorts World, April 13th to 15th. Book your room now. Mr. Beast Experience at Resorts World. Resorts World Las Vegas is thrilled to partner with internet sensation Mr. Beast to deliver the ultimate Mr. Beast experience at Resorts World. Now, let me stop right there. Wouldn't this sound like the Mr. Beast is going to be there? The Mr. Beast experience at Resorts World? Wouldn't you think that would mean that you're going to be hanging out with him, or at the very least watching him perform in some way? Wouldn't you think that from the Mr. Beast experience at Resorts World? So it goes on. From April 13th to 15th, 2025, guests can enjoy the Mr. Beast experience package, complete with a 3-night stay at Resorts World, an exclusive Mr. Beast mystery bag, which will be stocked with select Mr. Beast branded merchandise, and for one lucky guest, a $10,000 gift voucher redeemable for cash at Resorts World. Throughout the week, the property will host a variety of on-site activations designed to offer an immersive and unforgettable experience for our guests. Keep an eye out for our upcoming announcement detailing these exclusive on-site events. Packages are on sale now. So notice it does not say directly that Mr. Beast will be there, but it implies it, right? Wouldn't you assume he's going to be there if you read that? That's what everyone assumed. Well, spoiler alert, he was not. But that's just the beginning of the problems. That was one of many, many problems here. Now, Poker News, they actually advertised this too back in January. But to their credit, they wrote this in the middle of their advertorial. We don't know what these immersive experiences or challenges will entail, but one thing is for certain. Mr. Beast himself won't be in attendance. The Resorts World experience is themed around the Mr. Beast brand rather than an opportunity to meet the man behind it. So, credit to Poker News for being honest here. Notice Resorts World did not say that. On their own website, they implied, though didn't directly say, but they implied he's going to be there. Poker News, they weren't going to do that shit. Poker News is like, nope, he's not going to be there. Just know that before, you get through this article. So, yes, they were paid to have that article up, but at least they must have asked the question, wait a minute, is Mr. Beast going to be there or not? And they're like, well, no, he's actually not. Well, okay, we got to make that clear. We don't want to mislead our readers. So good for them on that one. By the way, this article's still up on Poker News. You can still find it if you Google it. I talked to Chad Holloway about it, and I said, I don't know, maybe you guys want to take it down now. Not to cover it up, but just like, you may not want to be associated with this anymore. And, you guys didn't do anything wrong because you mentioned he's not going to be there. Maybe you should take this down. He's like, no, we're not taking it down. I want full transparency. Everyone sees what was said here and what was delivered, and we don't want to hide anything. So I respected that. Anyway, back to the story, though. A lot more to this story. A lot of fail. We're just scratching the surface here. So this experience was mind-bogglingly bad. This is something like a smaller version, I would say, of Fyre Fest, of how bad it was. First of all, how much did people pay? They paid $999 for 3 nights at Resorts World where they would get these experiences. Now, you may say, okay, that's not so bad. Resorts World's not a cheap place, and Vegas is not a cheap place to go in general, at least not these days. And 3 nights plus all the activities, $999 isn't that bad. Well, not necessarily, because remember the dates, April 13th to 15th. April 13th to 15th was Sunday through Tuesday, where Wednesday it ends. You actually check out Wednesday. So you get there Sunday the 13th, you check out Wednesday the 16th. The activities are the 13th through the 15th. So these are weeknight rooms, and as we've covered before in this show, Resorts World actually sells their rooms pretty cheap on the weeknights. They're having trouble filling it because it's a huge property, and they're just not doing well. So people looked this up and saw that you could have gotten these same rooms for like $120 a night after resort fees. So just out the door, $120 or so a night, and these people paid $333. But you say, okay, but they're getting these experiences that are promised, so it's not just 3 nights of a room. Well, okay, what were they promised and what did they get? Remember from the flyer, the promised activities were throughout the week, the property will host a variety of on-site activations designed to offer an immersive and unforgettable experience. Also, it said that you're going to get an exclusive Mr. Beast mystery bag, which will have select Mr. Beast branded merchandise, and for one person gets a $10,000 voucher, which they can trade in for cash. So it sounds like you're going to go there, hang out with Mr. Beast. Remember, it didn't say he's not going to be there. Poker News said it, but Resorts World did not say it. It was strongly implied you're going to have Mr. Beast there with you. So you're going to go there, spend 3 days with Mr. Beast. Obviously not just you and him, but the group with him. And that there will be all these different Mr. Beast themed activities, and that the property will have all these different things that are themed after Mr. Beast. For example, the restaurants are supposed to have special Mr. Beast menus, and just everything in Resorts World, they have like a special Mr. Beast thing you can do if you're part of this experience. It's not open to everybody, but anyone part of this experience can have these special Mr. Beast things at every place within Resorts World. That's what it's supposed to be. They called it an immersive experience. So how immersive was it? Well, people tried to go to the restaurants and ask for the Mr. Beast food. Every employee at every restaurant says, we have no idea what the hell you're talking about. So not only was there no Mr. Beast food as promised, but the employees hadn't even heard that this was going to be done at any of the restaurants there. What about elsewhere on property? Was there any kind of activity for the people there for the Mr. Beast experience? Answer, no. Okay, what about the mystery bag? Remember the mystery bag, which will be stocked with select Mr. Beast branded merchandise? Well, people asked, what about the mystery bag? They said, oh, it's funny you ask about that. Make sure not to miss it. You're going to really want to get this mystery bag. So go up to your room, and very soon, a mystery bag will be delivered to the room, and you're going to like what's in there. So people went up to their rooms, starting on April 13th, and waited. And they waited. And they waited. And they waited. And after 2 days, finally, the bag came. People sat and sat and sat in their rooms waiting. They didn't want to miss it. They didn't want to leave their rooms. They were afraid to leave the rooms because they were going to miss the mystery bag. So what was in this mystery bag that they spent all that time cooped up in their hotel room waiting for? I don't know why it can't just be dropped off there, but people sat there in the rooms. They were told to wait in the rooms for the bag. What did they get? The mystery bags all had the same thing, so there wasn't much mystery. The mystery bag had some really cheap Mr. Beast clothing, a shirt, shorts, and hat, which people found you could buy on the Mr. Beast site for $9 each. It was on clearance. So it was a crappy t-shirt, shorts, and hat of random sizes. It's not even like they were customized to the sizes of the people coming. They just gave you random sized t-shirts, shorts, and a hat that they were trying to get rid of on the site on clearance for $9 each. That's what you got. That was in everybody's mystery bag. Worth at most $27 total. Oh, and there were some candy bars in there. Remember the candy bars? There were a few candy bars in there too. That's all they got. Someone on Reddit wrote, we went to it. We paid $999 for 3 nights at Resorts World. We got a box of Feastables, which is the candy, on day 1. And at 2:30 p.m. on day 2, we got the merch bag with 3 random-sized T-shirts, shorts, and a hat. That was the entire experience. And they're not exaggerating. That was the entire experience. That crappy bag with clearance merchandise worth $27 total and some candy bars. That was the entire Mr. Beast experience. The immersive experience. He was not there. No activities. No special food at the restaurants. No special things to do at Resorts World. Nothing except that. Now, how could Resorts World have made this mistake? How could they have done this? Was this just like an outright scam? Remember, they were the ones putting it on. How could the Resorts World employees involved with this, I'm not talking about the restaurant employees who didn't know, how could the people putting this on at Resorts World think that the fans would get there and would be okay with it? It's really as dumb as Billy McFarland at Firefest thinking that people would get there and would be served cheese sandwiches and be given soggy tents that got destroyed in the rain a few nights before, and that they would accept that as this luxury experience they were promised when they bought these expensive tickets. It's that stupid. It really is that stupid. I don't know how they thought anyone would be okay with this. Well, what did people do? Obviously, they complained, right? Like, you don't have to be a chronic complainer to complain to Resorts World, who's putting this event on. Remember, it's not just you got scammed by some shady outfit that's putting on this event at Resorts World. Resorts World itself put it on. So they happened to find around Resorts World, walking the floor, then CEO Alex Dixon. He's not the CEO anymore, by the way. He resigned, and this probably has something to do with it. So they found him, and they confronted him. A big group of fans there of Mr. Beast who were so disappointed. Some of them came from a long way, so some of them were not from Vegas. A lot of them were not from Vegas, and paid for travel expenses, too, on top of the $999 that they paid for this experience. So they found him and confronted him about this and said, how could you do this to us? How could you scam us this way? Listen to this.
Should have been like mini games and meet and greets and photo ops, and unfortunately we didn't get any of that.
So that was someone speaking to Channel 8.
Many coming from out of town, like Teresa Mehta, who trekked from Arizona with her mother for the advertised immersive experience.
I was told to wait in my room for 2 days, waiting for a package to come. That was a box of chocolates. We were told we were going to each get a mystery bag, but we only got one in the room. And if you go to MrBeast.com to their merchandise right now, all this stuff is on clearance for $9. We were told we were going to get exclusive merchandise, and obviously that's not the case.
A large group of fans banding together in the lobby to voice their concerns directly to the top, speaking with Resorts World CEO Alex Dixon.
If you're the chief executive, you are higher up than every other manager standing out here.
Desiree Panetta says her son is a super fan of Mr. Beast.
It was his birthday yesterday, so I just was trying to give him the best experience. Experience has been nothing short of horrible.
So you didn't get to really hear that much of them confronting him, but it did show on this video that they were confronting him. You heard the little speech about you're the highest of one here, blah, blah, blah. So what did he do? What did Alex Dixon do? If you were Alex Dixon, what would you do? You're the CEO of Resorts World, and they find you out there, and they say, hey, we just got scammed like this. We paid $999 for 3 nights, highly marked up. These rooms are worth like $120 on the open market that we got. We paid $333 a night for them. And we were supposed to have this immersive experience. All they did is give us a few candy bars and some crappy clothing that we could have gotten for $27. And we sat around for 2 full days being told to wait in our room, and nothing happened except we got that crappy stuff we just described. So all the stuff that was promised didn't happen. It was implied Mr. Beast would be here on your flyer. He's not here. So what can you do for us? If you were Alex Dixon, what would you have said? But what I would have said, well, first of all, I would have been super embarrassed and fired whoever did this. But putting that aside, I would have been super embarrassed, and I would have said, I am so sorry about this. We're going to give you a complete refund. I'm going to give you every dollar back, and I'll give you a little bit extra. You know, you can come back and stay with us any other time for 3 nights for free. Or here's $200 food credit. Something like that. You know, just really something that makes people whole and then some. So what did he do? He thought he was being generous by giving them a $50 food credit and the right to check out early without being charged for the final day. So basically, they paid for 3 nights for $9.99. He said, look, you can check out early and get the final $333 back and only pay $666 instead of $9.99. And you'll have a $50 food credit. Sorry about that. That's all I can do for you. Can you believe this? Like, these people got straight up scammed by Resorts World. And it's so weird, but it's not like that they were trying to do something that was immersive and interesting and it just didn't come off well. It was just stupid. Or people found it underwhelming. People didn't like the quality. They just didn't do it. It just wasn't done. There were no activities. There were no special restaurant items you could get. There was nothing to do. You got candy bars and a few items of crappy clothing worth $9 each, and that was the entire experience. They did not even plan anything. So they just outright lied to the people on these flyers. And they came all the way down there, some of them from long distances. And it was also implied on the flyer that Mr. Beast would be there. They should have been very, very clear, super clear, that he's not going to be there. And they did not say that, and that was on purpose. So how could they not give a full refund? How could you give $50 food credit and say, oh yeah, you've only stayed here 2 days out of the 3, so yeah, you can check out right now, and we won't charge you for the 3rd day. You can get a 3rd back. So this made national news, and after the media outrage, Resorts World was then shamed into giving a refund to everybody. This was announced quietly. It wasn't announced immediately, but after the media outrage, they stated that they would give full refunds to all attendees. Now, what about Mr. Beast himself? How did he react to this? And was he aware of any of this? Well, I don't know if he was aware of the details of what was promised and all that. Like, he probably didn't pay much attention. He probably just licensed out his name to put on some kind of fan fest for him without him being there and figured they would be done right. So a guy named Tucker Maney, the word Tucker and then Manee, tweeted on April 14th, at Mr. Beast, yo, Mr. Beast, I'm at Resorts World doing your experience. It's been 24 hours and nothing. Where's the experience? Is there going to be any activities or anything? Waiting in room, LOL. Hashtag Mr. Beast, hashtag Resorts World, hashtag Mr. Beast Experience. Well, he was shocked to see that Mr. Beast responded the next day. Mr. Beast has like 3 million followers. So he was shocked to see that Mr. Beast actually responded the next day and actually paid attention to him. And so Mr. Beast wrote, hey, this definitely isn't the experience we hoped they'd deliver. My team's already on it. I'd love to personally make it up to you and anyone else by inviting anybody affected to tour my actual studio. Can't wait to meet you, and my team is reaching out to everyone. So this guy, Tucker, tweeted back, wow, thanks for saving the day, Jimmy. Much love, brother. I guess Jimmy's his real name, Mr. Beast. And Mr. Beast said, no problem, feel free to DM me if you need anything. So this is a smart response, by the way, by Mr. Beast. He's very social media savvy, unlike the people who posted that ace-10 and ace-jack hand earlier on the World Series account. Mr. Beast is very social media savvy, and he figured out a few things here. First of all, he quickly made it right for everybody. He turned it from this scammy thing where people were coming out there to have an experience that they didn't realize that wasn't going to include him, and then there were no activities either, and they got just totally ripped off, that he invited them all to come to his compound in North Carolina, and he was going to pay all their travel expenses, it turned out. And he had like a little party for all of them there where they get to tour his facilities and hang out with him and everything like that. Way more than they ever expected from the original experience. Here you really get to go to where he produces his content, and he pays for everything, and he spends time with you. Maybe not you one-on-one personally, but yeah, probably a little time with everybody personally. Probably takes pictures of everybody. So they got way more out of this at the end than they thought. So at least there was a happy ending there. And this doesn't cost him that much to do. Yeah, the travel expenses do, but other than that, it just costs him time. So he did make up for this pretty easily. But something else interesting to show you how social media savvy he is. Now remember, I said he had 3 million followers. I misspoke. He had 32 million followers. 3 million is a lot, but that's not Mr. Beast a lot. He had 32 million. With 32 million followers, and with this being a national story, and with Mr. Beast just answering some average fan, 2 days later, when I observed this exchange on April 17th, how many people do you think at the time saw Mr. Beast's reply to Tucker on X? Remember, Tucker's a nobody. He's just a fan. But Mr. Beast responded to him, and you can look at Mr. Beast's responses, and his responses may pop up on your feed if you follow him, and he has 32 million followers. So how many people do you think saw that in the first 2 days? Well, would you believe that only 32,000 people saw that response? 32,000 saw it. Isn't that crazy? 32 million followers, 32,000 saw it in the first 2 days. Mr. Beast was smart enough not to post an original tweet saying, hey, sorry about this mess up at Resorts World. We're going to do blah, 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 because this draws attention to it for those that may not have heard about it. So if he tweeted that, then this would have been seen by a massive number of people. For example, Mr. Beast tweeted something, nothing having to do with this, but he just tweeted just a regular tweet on May 26th, nothing that was earth-shattering, just something about Fortnite. It got 3.7 million views. 3.7 million. Yet the tweet I read you got 32,000, and the second reply got only 18,000 views in the first 48 hours. So why the difference? Why is this tweet about Fortnite from May 26th getting almost 4 million views, and the ones about this big story that actually made national news, how come his direct responses to the victim only got 32,000 and 18,000 views? And to compare it, by the way, I have made tweets, a lot of tweets, in 2025 that have gotten more views than Mr. Beast got when he wrote these two replies. I don't typically get 32,000 views on my tweets, but if I write something that gets some engagement, that's usually what I'll get. And if I get a lot of engagement, I will get hundreds of thousands of views. In fact, even my semi-recent tweet about a guy getting stiffed out of 87K on Bovada, which of course only has a limited appeal as far as the audience caring about it. You have to care about gambling to even want to read it. That got 90,000 views in the first 2 days. And Mr. Beast got 32,000. So isn't that crazy that I got more engagement and more views on one of my tweets about Bovada in the same year that Mr. Beast got about a big story? How's that possible? How's a major internet celebrity like Mr. Beast getting a third of the views that I'm getting talking about Bovada? And I'm not exaggerating. That's really what happened. So how does that happen? Well, it's because of the way the X algorithm works. That if you reply to somebody, it's going to get much fewer views. It just does not go on people's feeds the same way. So an original tweet by Mr. Beast that's not replying to anything is going to pop up on the feeds of people who follow him. Him replying does not pop up on many feeds. So that's why replies get far less engagement. So you should know this. If you're on X and someone with a big following replies to you, you may feel good that that person's interacting with you, but don't think, oh my God, I'm going to get so many followers now. No, it probably won't be seen that much. Because look, Mr. Beast has 32 million followers. He's one of the biggest internet celebrities there is. And yet he got 32,000 views and 18,000 for the second one. Less than I get with some of my tweets. So he knew this. He purposely didn't make an original tweet about it because he does not want people knowing about this if they're not already aware of the story. Very smart of him. Very social media savvy. So he addressed it, and he can point to addressing it, and he overcorrected the problem, which is all great. But he addressed it in a way that's going to get very limited visibility. Very smart. And I say that in all seriousness. Vital Vegas is claiming that the reason that this happened, or I guess kind of the reason it happened, was that the person in charge of this whole thing is actually related to Scott Zabella and somehow hasn't been fired. So that person is somehow untouchable over there at Resorts World and didn't feel they had to work. They just put this together and kind of just crapped the bed and didn't do anything, and nothing happened to them, whereas anybody else would have to fear for their job. I don't know if this person eventually got fired, but Vital Vegas was insisting that they had not been fired, and that nobody had been fired over this, which is crazy. Like, can you imagine a major property like Resorts World just putting on no activity, just advertising this, charging $1,000 for each family attending, and just giving nothing, and they're just saying, too bad, you can check out early and here's $50 food credit, goodbye? How could they do this? How could they allow this in the first place? How could they put together no activity that boggles the mind? It's one thing for a crackpot like Billy McFarland to do with Firefest, but this is Resorts World. Can they do anything right? It's crazy. So that was the Mr. Beast story. And I wonder if Mr. Beast is going to finally learn his lesson about outsourcing. Because this is not the first controversy he's had with the outsourcing. At least the candy bars are good, but a lot of other stuff that he stamps his name on is not, and people are getting very frustrated. There was also an issue, apparently, a controversy with his main co-host, who first came out as trans, which kind of made some of the parents nervous. Because Mr. Beast was kind of a wholesome channel. It was something the parents could feel good about their kids watching. And then all of a sudden, Mr. Beast's buddy, who's in like every video, comes out as trans, and that starts to make some of the parents a little bit nervous. But then it turned out it was much worse than that, because the guy was accused of inappropriate relations with minors. That whole thing reflected very badly on Mr. Beast. That's one of many controversies he's been involved with. He did appear on Hustler Casino Live, by the way, once. Good on Ryan Feldman for getting him. That's a big get. So since we're already talking about Resorts World, let's talk about them again, different context. This one a little bit more recent story, but a recent story about a thing that's a little bit older. Resorts World had a residency for Katy Perry, and this was in 2023. And something just came out about that got into Vegas news that I think you'll find interesting. But before we get into all that's happening with this residency, and that did happen with it, I want to give you a bit of a history on Katy Perry. Obviously, you probably know who she is, but you may not be aware of the trajectory of her career. Now, in the 2000s, she could really do no wrong. She was young, and she was attractive, and she was producing catchy and non-controversial songs. And I guess the most controversial song she came out with at the time was called I Kissed a Girl. But even the song's lyrics say that she did it just to try it and that it meant nothing. So it wasn't even like any kind of bisexual anthem or lesbian anthem or anything. It's just kind of saying, yeah, I just tried to kiss a girl, and I was kind of fun. Okay, I just did it to try it. Didn't mean anything. So nothing was controversial about her. Her songs all did well, and she was generally seen as a mainstream, fairly wholesome performer, and everything was going well. She even made a song about Vegas. Now, this wasn't one of her biggest songs, but it got some radio airplay. It was actually played a lot in Vegas, where I lived at the time, in 2008. At the age of just 23, she was born in 1985. In 2008, she released Waking Up in Vegas, which actually had a pretty entertaining video. You can still find it on YouTube. And it featured her in a parade down Fremont Street. It showed her and her boyfriend kicking Penn and Teller out of their suite when they were on an upswing. So basically, it was the story of Katy, and she's supposed to be like a regular person, not a star in this video. But it's supposed to be her and her boyfriend going on a lucky streak, starting from a laundromat slot machine, where they won there, then took the winnings to the Palms, then ran it way up at the Palms, and the Palms gave them a car as part of their winnings, and they were doing so well they got to kick Penn and Teller out of their suite, and they were playing higher and higher stakes, and Katy was even showed in playing Daniel Negreanu heads up and killing him heads up in poker. It was a cute video, and it even had a little lesson to it, that as they ran it way up and everything seems to be going great, and the climax of the video was her kissing her boyfriend in one of these little air chambers where you have like papers flying around. You know those little air chambers where you could go in and grab papers in the air and then you get prizes? So they're in one of those and they're kissing in there, and then right from there they start losing and they start fighting, and everything they do goes wrong. So it went from everything going right, gambling, and everything being fun and everyone admiring them and just getting everything they want, to just everything going downhill, everything falling apart, losing all their money. Daniel Negreanu plays them heads up and wins the money back from Katy. Penn and Teller take their room back, and they get so broke that Katy's actually going through discarded room service stuff in the hallway that people probably paid $25. Oh, wait, no, not in 2008. Never mind. Gets no surcharge then of $25 for the platage. But She went through the room service stuff in the hallway and was eating the crusts of bread. And it shows them at the very end back in the laundromat trying to drop a quarter in to get lucky again. And it shows them hitting 777 to start the whole process all over. So I thought that was a good video. Very creative, fun video, kind of easy to follow, very clever. And I even liked the casting of her boyfriend. Instead of casting some really good-looking dude, she casts this very goofy-looking guy who was skinny and had a big nose. Just an every man in every sense of the word. Like, every guy could watch this and think, okay, well, this guy's with Katy Perry. Wow, I could identify with that. That could be me. I'm better looking than this guy. Like, everyone watching that's going to see that. So, as I said, everything she did was right. She didn't take herself seriously. She opted for relatability. Well, then as the 2010s wore on, she started to get infected by Hollywood elitism. So she started acting strangely, she started wearing bizarre clothes on the red carpet and in public, and eventually she started speaking out politically in the middle of the 2010s. And she wasn't doing this before. She wasn't getting involved in politics before. She wasn't wearing weird stuff or trying to be strange or trying to be out there or out Hollywood people. She wasn't. She was just a relatable young girl. Even, as I said, made sure to cast a not very attractive guy as the romantic lead in that Vegas video. People started to sour on her, especially those on the right side of the political aisle. They didn't like that she was bashing Trump as soon as he won in 2016. Anyway, fast forward to November 2024, 2 days before the Trump-Harris election, which Trump obviously won. She had a concert, and she went on a long anti-Trump rant and tried to motivate people to go vote against Trump. And people didn't like that. People were like, look, it's 2 days before the election, don't do this. Like, just shut up and sing. You know, don't lecture your audience to go vote against Trump. Anyway, it had the reverse effect. There are some people who believe that this actually motivated a lot of Hollywood-fatigued flyover state voters, like in the swing states, to show up and vote Trump. Because if people like Katy Perry are going to push propaganda to vote for Harris at her concerts, they're just tired. They're tired of being told what to do by celebrities like Katy Perry. Now, that's not why Kamala Harris lost. She would have lost either way. But I'm just saying that even some on the left were unhappy about that. They just kind of felt like this is too much Hollywood support. People are starting to push away from this. It's creating a backlash. Even more recently, in 2025, you probably heard about this, Katy Perry went to space. Actually, the edge of space. She didn't really go to space, but she and some other female celebrities went up in a rocket almost to space, but they called it space. And then they came back down in a pod, and then she actually kissed the ground in a much derided picture. It was seen as an obnoxious, privileged publicity stunt of rich and famous people going up to the edge of space and pretending they're astronauts. The kissing of the ground was especially mocked. Now, the funny thing is, this is kind of scary. Like, I would be scared to do this. I actually wouldn't do it. I'd be afraid something would go wrong and I wouldn't come back from that. Like, the kissing of the ground was kind of over the top. She thought it was a moment, like, showing everyone that she's so thrilled to be back on Earth. She was trying to be relatable, but instead just came off as phony. And people hated it. So this hurt her image, not helped. Another problem is that she's 40 now. Now, 40 is not super old. It's a lot younger than I am. But she's in that zone where her act has worn thin with a lot of people. She's not young enough to appeal to today's Generation Z, but also not old enough to be a draw for my generation, for Generation X and older. So Generation X and the boomers, they don't want to see Katy Perry in concert. She's too young for them. They didn't grow up with her. And then the young people can't really relate to her because she's 40. So she has to count on fellow millennials for relevance. And they're kind of getting sick of her too. She released an album last year called 143, which stands for I Love You, because it's 1 for the I, 4 for love is 4 letters, and 3 was you. I first learned about 143 in 1990. A girlfriend I had at the time wrote that to me in a card, and I didn't understand it at first, and I didn't have the internet to go check on this, but I asked her what that meant, and she explained it to me. Anyway, the album was called 143. It flopped badly, and then she had a tour recently, and that had poor ticket sales, and some of that was attributed to backlash to the space flight she did, because the tour was right after the space flight, and a lot of people just thought this was so uncool and so elitist, they didn't want to show up. People just didn't buy tickets. But what about Resorts World? I'm talking about Katy Perry's history going back to the 2000s up to the present, but what does this have to do with Resorts World? Well, Resorts World opened in June 2021, just as COVID was not ending, but when people started going out again because people got vaccinated. The ones who wanted the vaccine got it, so they felt like they could go out. People weren't scared anymore. And so this is going to be a big summer for travel. And Resorts World rushed their opening because they were already way behind on opening. But they weren't ready. They didn't have any entertainment. They didn't have their club open yet. And they opened too early, trying to capitalize on everyone wanting to come to Vegas that summer of 2021. I was actually there for their opening weekend. I didn't stay there, but I went there. And I just noticed there wasn't much to do there. And that's what everybody noticed. Well, I don't know when they signed Katy Perry, but they signed her to start performing sometime in 2021, like months after the opening. So sometime in later 2021. She had a residency at Resorts World that they're probably thrilled to have because they needed someone performing there. They weren't ready. They didn't have any entertainment there when they first opened. The residency was called Play, in all caps, Play. Now, in her defense, the show was well received. It was well reviewed. So this wasn't a fail show. Provided you like Katy Perry, then you would have been happy with the show. She sung all of her hits. She didn't do the thing that a lot of artists do as they get older, where they perform their new music, and people are unhappy because they want to hear the hits that they came for. But she performed all of her hits. She wore a lot of outrageous costumes, but ones that were kind of like entertaining, not pretentious or anything. She just wore costumes that were interesting and entertaining to the audience and performed all her hits. And people liked the shows, so it seemed to satisfy the audiences. So I'm not going to say this was a bad show, because it wasn't. I didn't see it, but I read the reviews, and they were fine. They were pretty good. So there was little discussion of Katy Perry's residency during the time she was there. It's not like it was an awful show and people were saying, oh my God, don't see this show, it's such a ripoff. Like, it was fairly expensive, but people who went that were fans of hers were happy with it. So that's not the problem here. The show was fine. It ended in 2023, but that was planned. It was a planned residency to end in 2023. And Resorts World stated they'd like to have her back. This was publicly stated. But it was just revealed, and when I say just, I mean like a week and a half ago, on News Nation, which is a right-wing site, but this article seems to have truth to it. I don't tend to trust News Nation very much, but this one seems to be correct, and it was then picked up by Yahoo and New York Post, and they seemed satisfied enough with the reporting there to where they echoed it and linked to News Nation's article. And they don't usually do this. It's not like they just always parrot News Nation. So it was revealed on News Nation that Resorts World canceled the plans that they had to bring her back. That they were going to bring her back at the end of 2023. That was the plan. But they've decided not to. Now, why? Well, there were a few reasons. First of all, it turned out that her first residency at Resorts World, despite being well reviewed and fairly well attended, actually lost money. How's that possible? Well, apparently they paid her $750,000 to $900,000 per show. And this was way too high. They couldn't generate that much money from the visitors. They didn't sell enough tickets to each show. And even if you add the tickets and the merchandising together, if you just add up everything from each show, the money it generates, it was nowhere near that. So they ended up overpaying because they got in a bidding war with Caesars at the time for Katy Perry's residency. And they just kept bidding each other up. And finally Caesars said, okay, screw it, take her, goodbye, we're not paying that much. And Caesars was smart. because Caesars would have lost money also. So she was just overpaid because of that bidding war. And the reason Resorts World kept bidding it up was because they desperately needed some kind of entertainment there, because the word around Vegas was that Resorts World was boring. There was nothing to do there. So they had to have something. They had to have some entertainment. So they overpaid for Katy Perry so much that it was pretty much impossible for her to make money there. Well, she made money, but for the show to make money. I guess if each show was a sellout, like a complete sellout, then it might have like broken even, but they weren't getting complete sellouts. It was selling well, but they weren't getting complete sellouts, and it did not make money. It lost money. Some of this was also Resorts World's fault. They struggled to attract enough foot traffic that they would have needed to sell more tickets there, and they had various other missteps along the way. But they knew this back in 2023, so why would this have been a decision they made in 2025? Well, apparently the space flight was the final straw. Resorts World, up until that space flight, was in discussions with Katy Perry for a second residency. They were going to pay her less. She wasn't going to get $750K per show, but they were trying to come to a figure that made sense, where they could make money and it would still be worth her while to do. And they were also discussing maybe tying the compensation to the show's attendance. So this way, if it draws a lot of people, then she gets paid more. If it doesn't, then she gets paid less. So they were negotiating with her. They hadn't come to a deal yet, but they were negotiating. They were fully intending to bring her until the space flight. And there was such a backlash to the space flight that they just wanted nothing to do with her anymore. They just dropped the whole thing and said, you know what? Never mind. We've decided to go a different direction. They noticed that there was a lot of popular backlash against her, plus a lot of people on the right didn't like her anymore, plus her last album didn't sell well, plus her last tour got bad numbers. So all of this is pointing in the wrong direction, and they said, forget it. Now, I posted this on Vegas Casino Talk, and again, M-Dog responded. M-Dog said, we saw her there a few years ago, presumably during that residency. The tickets were comped. The theater was full. Some of the best seats around us were occupied by trans. Apparently she is supportive of and attracts them, which I think is true. She's not quite the gay icon that Lady Gaga is, but yeah, I could believe she has a big trans fan base. He did mention that she's pretty white bread, lacking in controversy. But see, that's what she was. And then she's started to do things that get controversial. That's what's stupid. It's like she actually had more wisdom about how to manage her career when she was in her early 20s, which is bizarre. It was like she reverse matured. And I think it was Hollywood's influence. I'm not even kidding. Because when someone reverse matures, there's usually a reason for it. People tend to get wiser as they get older, just from experience. And when someone loses maturity as they get older, that's usually from some outside cause. And I think in this case, it was too much exposure to the Hollywood elitists that actually sapped some of her maturity. Like, how do you go from the person who casts an ugly guy as your romantic love interest in a video because you want to be relatable? How do you go from that person to doing this obnoxious space flight and kissing the ground in a phony display for the cameras? Like, how is that the same person? How do you not realize that being relatable, and as M-Dog said, being white bread and lacking in controversy, how does she not realize that's an asset? Because if you have broad appeal, then people want to see you. If they just like your music and you seem just kind of fun, but you're not controversial and you don't piss people off and you don't seem to be talking down at them, and you make yourself relatable, then you have a very wide group of people that'll want to come see you. So somehow she realized this in her early 20s, but not when she's 40? It's so strange. Anyway, you won't see Katy Perry at Resorts World. She would not comment on this, even though it was an article that was carried by several major outlets, not just News Nation, nor would Resorts World, but I believe it. One more Vegas topic. This is a sad one. Remember Robert Tellez? We did a long segment about him. He was the head of the public administrator's office in Clark County, and he murdered longtime Las Vegas Review-Journal reporter Jeff Gurman because he blamed Gurman for losing the election that had just passed, and he was going to lose his position there. And Gurman had been the one who had covered the mob and a lot of dangerous subjects that could have gotten him killed or hurt back in the 80s. And he never got as much of a scratch for doing so. He completely dodged any consequences for that. He was very brave to cover all this stuff. Imagine covering the mob and exposing things about the mob in the 80s when you're living in Vegas. And he does that, nothing happens to him. What does him in is the head of a county office who's mad about losing an election and comes over to his house and stabs him to death. Very sad story. Anyway, this isn't about Robert Tellez. This is about another Vegas journalist who has also been murdered. But this time, the murder was not related to his work. Jeff Gurman was killed because of his work at the Review-Journal. This murder had nothing to do with this guy's work. But it's an interesting, albeit sad story. Have you seen in Las Vegas hotel rooms Las Vegas Magazine? I bet you have, even if you haven't paid much attention to it. Las Vegas Magazine is an actual magazine that usually sits on the desk of a hotel room in Vegas. And it seems to be promoting various entertainment options in Vegas. It could be a show, it could be a restaurant, it could be just anything else entertainment related. The articles pretend like they're just covering what's going on in Vegas, but in reality these are all advertorials. So Las Vegas Magazine, the whole point of it is it's an advertorial which is put in almost all strip hotel rooms. And who pays for it? Whoever's getting the advertorials written about them. So all the shows and restaurants and everything else covered in there, they are paying to have this put in hotel rooms so tourists go to these venues. And the hotels get something out of it too. That's why they put it there. They get paid as well. So that's what Las Vegas Magazine is. So, I wouldn't say it has the highest journalistic integrity. It's not like the Las Vegas Review-Journal, which is an actual publication that covers news. This does not cover any news. This is just advertisements that pretend not to be advertisements, and it's in pretty much every hotel room. I guarantee you've seen it if you stayed in Vegas any time for the last 20 years or so, maybe even more. They claim 98% of hotel rooms in the city, not just in the Strip, but in the city, have a copy of the magazine in there. 98% of the rooms. Not percent of the hotels, but percent of the rooms. So like some crappy motels with 25 rooms are not going to have it probably, but these hotels that all have a lot of rooms that tourists are going to stay in, they all have the Las Vegas Magazine there. You probably haven't read much of it, but you probably have seen it. Well, apparently the articles you see in there, you'll see a date. That date is wrong. These articles are post-dated by at least a week because the last article that Matt Kellerman wrote for them, he was a freelance journalist, and he was the one who was murdered. The last article he wrote was dated May 23rd, 2025, even though he had been murdered a week beforehand. They did put a note at the top of the article that he wrote it before his death, obviously. But yeah, he worked most notably for this Las Vegas Magazine, but he also took jobs wherever else that would pay him. Anyway, who murdered him and why? He was 56 years old, and as I said, the murder had nothing to do with his work. The discovery of his body reminded me a bit of the Jeffrey Dahmer situation, though no one was eating the remains. On May 19th, a man named Joseph Del Rivo showed up at a business in downtown Las Vegas with a large black box and claimed that he or someone else would be back within a week to pick it up. Now, what type of business? What business was this? Well, I don't know which business it was, but the reason this guy showed up with a box and just dropped it at a business and knew it would be okay that he just leave his box there was that he used an app which specializes in this, because there is an app called Bounce, and that allows you to temporarily store luggage or other items at businesses which are otherwise not storage facilities. So let's say you're running a business and you need every dollar you can because your business isn't doing that hot. And one thing you do have is space. You have space in the back where no one is. Your customers never go. You have empty space there. So the Bounce app allows you to basically rent out that space to people to just temporarily leave things for a week, 2 weeks, whatever it might be, maybe just days. And this way they get to store it just very quickly and easily, not have to buy a month or more at a storage place. And the business owner gets a few extra bucks for letting space that's going to go to waste anyway be used to store these items. So Joseph Del Rivo, who is 63 years old, showed up at some business in downtown LA that he found through the Bounce app and had rented a space to store at this business, showed up with his black box and said he'll be back within a week, and if it's not him, someone else will come get it. So at the time, the business is like, okay, whatever, sure. Well, it turned out Del Rivo didn't wait a week. He waited 1 day. So on May 20th, he actually sent movers down to the business to pick up the box. Now, why didn't he come pick up the box? Well, we'll get to that. The movers smelled something weird. It was a very strong and unpleasant smell coming from the box. And they called the police. They said, we're very suspicious that something's in this box that's bad. So the police came down, and it turned out there was a dead body in that black box. And that dead body belonged to Matt Kellerman. He had been murdered. So obviously the guy who dropped it off was the guilty party, right? Joseph Del Rivo. So the movers, I don't know why they called and said this, because if I were the police, I would have advised the movers to say, oh, hey, we're coming with it, and then just show up with the police, and the police arrest him. But instead, the movers said the box cannot be moved. They didn't elaborate to the press what they said further. But basically, they called them and said, yeah, we can't do this job, sorry. So they didn't say they called the police, but they said, this box can't be moved. We just can't do it. So I don't know if they mentioned the smell, but whatever it was, they rejected the job, which was weird to him. So this, of course, raised his suspicion that everyone was onto him, that the police were probably called, and that's why the moving company refused to do it, was that it was realized there was a body in there and that the police are going to be after him very shortly. So that same night, he was found speeding in Utah on I-70 in a mostly uninhabited area in Sevier County. This area is roughly north of Capitol Reef National Park and west of Arches National Park in Utah. I'm guessing he probably left to go to Utah as soon as he dropped off that box. I guess he wanted to get out of the state, which I don't really see the point, because you'll always get extradited for murder. So it's not like he left the country to someplace with no extradition. I mean, if he's caught in Utah, he's going to be shipped back to Nevada for sure. But he had left town. He went to Utah. He probably didn't know where he was going to go, but he wanted to get out of Vegas, so he did. He went to Utah, and the movers were supposed to move the box to Utah and wouldn't do it. So he's just kind of in a panic because he thinks the police are on to him, which they were. And he's driving at a pretty high rate of speed, like 90 miles per hour on I-70 in a pretty deserted area. Now, when I say deserted, there are people on the highway, because as I said, this is between Capitol Reef National Park and Arches National Park. But there's like no real cities of consequence over there. Utah Highway Patrol saw him, but not in the way you might think. Now, he was being looked for at the time, but the Utah Highway Patrolmen that saw him speeding just thought he was a speeder. They didn't know he was wanted for murder in Nevada. In fact, I don't know if they even tried to run the plates. They just see a car going 90 miles per hour, and they said, okay, well, better pull over this guy. This Utah Highway Patrolman gets behind him and puts on his lights, and Del Rivo thinks, oh, crap, that's it. They're about to arrest me, and I'm going to go away for life, or maybe even get the death penalty. Shit, can't let this happen. They found me pretty fast. Okay, well, this is it. I obviously can't pull over. So he tried to escape. So he sped up to as much as 140 miles per hour to get away from them. The police at that point, they didn't know what they were chasing. They still didn't know he was a murder suspect, but they knew obviously they had to catch this guy. So they put down spike strips to disable his car, He ran over the first spike strips, but somehow was able to keep driving for 3 miles. Surprised running it over that high rate of speed didn't stop him immediately, but still he was able to keep going for another 3 miles. They put down a second spike strip. He tried to swerve to avoid it. The car jumped off the road. And flipped over, exploded, like you'd see on TV, ejected him. So he actually wasn't in the explosion. He was ejected out of the car in the very high-speed crash, and he died upon impact. So he died right away after getting ejected out of the car, and the car burnt up pretty badly, but he wasn't in it when that happened. So that was the end of Joseph Del Rivo, obviously the murderer. Funny thing is, it's likely he didn't realize he was being pulled over for speeding. So had he known that, he could have actually stopped and let them write him a speeding ticket for 90 miles per hour, which would not have been an arrest, it would have just been a ticket. And provided they hadn't gotten the message that he was wanted for murder, it's possible when they ran his plates and his name that they would have found out he was wanted for murder in Nevada and arrested him anyway. But it's also possible they didn't have the message yet because it was just the next day, a different state. So it's possible they could have just let him go. So the smartest move there, had he known that it was just a speeding matter, was that he could have just pulled over and hoped it was just over speeding. Now, I don't know why he was speeding, because if you don't want to have contact with the police and you just committed murder, you should obey all traffic laws. Not that I want to give murderers advice here, but yeah, if you murder someone and you're trying to not get caught and you just want to disappear, when you're on the road, you have to be a very, very careful driver and do not give them any reason to want to pull you over. You don't go 90 miles per hour. So that's the end of Joseph Del Rivo. Now, question. Why did Joseph Del Rivo kill Matt Kellerman? Well, they were roommates. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Matt Kellerman, a 56-year-old single guy with no kids, was living with a guy who was 63, and they had some kind of altercation which was serious enough to where one killed the other. I bet you might be thinking this could have been a gay relationship, especially with Kellerman being listed as single with no children at the age of 56. Well, despite that appearance, the answer actually appears to be no. This was not a gay relationship. Now, I don't know what Matt Kellerman's sexuality was, nor does it really matter. But he had only been living with Joseph Del Rivo for 6 months, and this was not someone he liked. He complained to his sister that Del Rivo was weird and a complete slob. He said he was afraid to confront Del Rivo about how disgusting he kept the house. And he actually thought Del Rivo was the type who might just go off and attack him over the matter. But he told his sister he's going to do so anyway. And that was the last his sister heard from him. So this was over Del Rivo getting pissed off that he was confronted about being messy. So this appears to not have been a situation of domestic violence of a romantic couple, but rather just a guy confronting his very, very slovenly housemate about not being so messy anymore, and the housemate not taking it well, and a fight starting, and the messy guy killing the one who complained, and then coming up with an ill-advised way to get rid of the body. So I doubt that they were in any kind of relationship, because remember, he was telling his sister that the guy was weird and a slob. I don't think this is someone he would have found appealing, even if he were gay. Now, if you Google Matt Kellerman, you might see there is a Matthew Kellerman who is one of the top managers at the Omnia Casino, which is a very long-time online casino site. In fact, it goes back over 20 years. Now, I actually had a small association with the Omni Casino in the mid-2000s because it had a poker site attached to it called Caribbean Sun Poker that eventually was just called Sun Poker. I played a ton of hands there. It was a part of the CryptoLogic network where Interpoker was on. Eventually, I got to know the owner of Omni Poker, or actually just Omni Casino and Sun Poker. Nice guy. And he actually invited me over to his house when I visited Antigua. So yeah, we went over there and spent some time at his house, me and my girlfriend at the time. And I'm not sure if the Omni Casino is still owned by the same person, the one I knew. I haven't talked to the guy in a while. Sun Poker closed quite some time ago, but I did not know any Matthew Kellerman involved there at the time in the 2000s when I played a lot on Sun Poker and knew the owner. However, it's not the same Matt Kellerman. It's just a coincidence that this Las Vegas journalist, Matt Kellerman, has the same name as a manager at the Omni Casino. So yeah, that jumped out at me, Omni Casino. But yeah, different guy. Saw a picture of him, completely different person, and that person's still alive. Anyway, sad story. Rest in peace, Matt Kellerman. And watch out who you live with. Don't just take any roommate. Get to know them a little bit. If something seems off with them, go live somewhere else. I'm sure that when Matt Kellerman took the room in the house, he did not expect that guy would kill him within 6 months. Final story. It's also about crime, though not quite as bad. 2 young men are now charged by both state and federal authorities with committing a lot of car follow robberies of patrons at major LA card rooms. This obviously isn't the first time this has happened. There's been a lot of these follow robberies where people get followed out of Commerce, the Bike, or other card rooms in LA, and then bad things happen, ranging from robbery to murder. Now, this one does not involve any murder. In fact, it looks like nobody actually got physically hurt. But these were scary situations, and a lot of money was stolen. 2 young men from Southgate, which is near Los Angeles, are facing federal and state charges for these robberies. Juan Gabriel Gonzalez, who's 22, and Derek Nathan Lopez, who's 21, robbed 15 people at 4 different LA area card rooms between May of 2023 and December of 2023, at which point they were caught. The reason I'm covering this now is this just came out on the DOJ website about the federal charges these guys are facing. So I hadn't heard about this until just recently. Gonzalez and Lopez targeted patrons at the Bicycle Casino, the Commerce Casino, the Hustler Casino, and Hawaiian Gardens Casino. Those are 4 of the 5 biggest card rooms in the LA area. The only one that was also large and was not targeted was Hollywood Park. I don't know why they left that one out, but they got people at the other 4. These guys would actually go into the casino, and they would actually play the games. Now, they didn't play poker. They hung around the California games section, and the California games sections provide Vegas-like games, but aren't exactly identical to the Vegas games. But they are table games. But you're not playing directly against the house. You're playing against a banker. And usually the banker is a separate company that banks the games. And then you're paying a commission to the casino every hand, like $1. That's how the casino makes money. These are very negative expectation, typically, because between the commission and the games being negative in the first place, you're basically losing money to 2 sources. These games are mainly frequented by Asians, but there's, of course, people of other races playing, but they're very Asian-heavy, especially some of the games. So these guys would go and hang out in the California games area because they were looking for a specific type of victim. They were looking for primarily Asian women. So what they would do is interact with the victims that they were going to rob and watch them closely. And I think they would interact just to not look suspicious, so they're not just sitting there staring at them. They would sit down and actually play and pretend to be excited for these people winning. Then whoever was the biggest winner, they would follow them out, get in separate cars, and then wait for the victim to get off on an off-ramp from the freeway, and then box them in so they can't move the car anymore, hop out of their cars, and point guns at the driver and say, hand over the money, we're going to shoot you. So people did. In one case, they got $130,000 from a single victim. On one particular night, I'm not sure which night, they hit 3 different victims. Now, nobody was ever shot or harmed. Everyone just gave up the money and then these guys would drive off. But a lot of money was stolen at gunpoint. As I said, 15 different victims. Apparently there were other accomplices as well, but there's nothing mentioned about the other accomplices being arrested, so I'm not sure what the deal with that is. As I said, they targeted Asian patrons, and from what I can see, they either were all women or mostly women. Now, this is typical of the robberies that take place against patrons of LA card rooms. I don't know why it is, but in LA, the criminals robbing people at these card rooms as they leave, they tend to want to go for the easier targets. So even though having a gun puts them at a big advantage to where they can rob anybody, they just do not want to run into somebody that they think might fight back or have a gun themselves. So Asian women are unfortunately the most targeted demographic by far because they are perceived as the ones least likely to present a problem when being robbed. They're not worried about the Asian women beating them up, and they're not as worried about the Asian women carrying guns. So for this reason, I'm not that worried when I go play at these card rooms in LA because I'm just not in the demographic that's targeted. They don't tend to go after tall white guys in middle age. They like to go after either very old people or women. So they like the small Asian women as victims. They just feel like they're much easier to handle. So these guys definitely targeted that. That's why they went to the California game section and would find Asian female victims to follow and do this to. A picture of Lopez playing with one of the eventual victims was shown by the feds. It's kind of a blurry picture, but you can see he has a big smile on his face, and he's next to an Asian woman. It looks like he's talking to her. One of the victims, I'm not sure if it's this woman, he high-fived whenever she was winning at the table. Now, at the Bicycle Casino, you actually have to scan your ID when walking in. I think at Hustler now they make you do that too. So how did they do this without being identified? Well, they knew this might be a problem, so they actually got fake IDs in advance and had the machine scan the fake IDs, which the machine accepted. So even when it was identified who they were by the victims, the police were looking for someone with a fake name. I don't know exactly what led to them being caught. They were caught in December of 2023. I wasn't in the act, but they were eventually tracked down and arrested, and they've been in jail ever since. But they are also facing federal charges. In fact, because this crossed so many jurisdictions, this was a joint investigation by a number of departments. It was by the FBI, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, the California Department of Justice Bureau of Gambling Control, and the Montebello Police Department. The reason for this is that Montebello was where at least some of these robberies took place, as was the city of LA. So those were two city police departments. Another one of these robberies, took place in county patrolled areas. That's where the sheriff got involved. The Department of Justice Bureau of Gambling Control got involved, obviously, because this had to do with people being followed out of casinos that are regulated by this department. And the Highway Patrol, because they were being followed on the highway and boxed in on off-ramps. So a lot of different law enforcement agencies got together to catch these two clowns. But why were the feds involved? Because this didn't cross state lines. Well, the feds were involved because these crimes violated something called the Hobbs Act. I don't know if you've heard of the Hobbs Act before, but this was enacted in 1946, and it was initially conceived to combat organized crime that was within labor, which was a big problem at the time. At 1946, organized crime had its hands in labor unions. So that's why the Hobbs Act was enacted. And the Hobbs Act, the part of it that is relevant here, is whoever in any way or degree obstructs, delays, or affects commerce or the movement of any article or commodity in commerce, and no, they're not talking about the Commerce Casino, they're talking about actual commerce, by robbery or extortion or attempts to, or conspires so to do so, or commits or threatens physical violence to any person or property in furtherance of the plan or purpose to do anything in violation of the section shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years. So that's the Hobbs Act portion that's relevant here, basically saying that if you're committing robbery and interfering in commerce in doing so, then we can charge you federally through this law. So in more recent years, where organized crime is not that involved anymore in labor unions, if they are at all. I haven't really followed the modern stories regarding that. I know it was a big problem all the way through at least the 80s, but it's been a long time since then. But the Hobbs Act is used these days to go after those that conspire to rob businesses or their customers. So they're not going to hit you with a Hobbs Act if you just go to a 7-Eleven and hold up the cashier there. But if you have any kind of organized conspiracy to rob businesses or follow out their customers, then you can be charged with the Hobbs Act. And here they are being charged with it. So they are facing those charges. They're facing state charges as well. Despite the no more than 20 years in prison portion of the Hobbs Act, the press release from the Department of Justice says they could be sentenced to life in prison. Maybe because of the number of incidents involved, maybe because they committed other felonies in the process that could upgrade this to life, I'm not sure. There's also a firearms violation because Lopez had previously been convicted of armed robbery and was somehow allowed back on the street at this point. I mean, I don't mean in 2025, I mean in 2023. And here the guy is 21, 22? Yeah, he's 21. So he had been convicted of armed robbery and somehow is walking around the streets in 2023 when he was only 19. So he definitely didn't get a long enough sentence for whatever he did. But he was restricted of owning any firearm as a result of being previously convicted of armed robbery, and he owned one anyway to commit this crime, so he's being charged with that as well. As you can imagine, since they robbed 15 different people in this fashion, and with the federal and state charges against them, you're not going to be seeing them in free society anytime soon, which hopefully they're going to get a very long sentence, because people like that do not belong in free society. Hopefully they do get something like life in prison. You're robbing 15 people, leaving card rooms and boxing in their car and pointing a gun at their head. That's pretty bad. And when you actually have a plan to show up and act like you're buddy-buddy with Asian women there just to follow them and rob them on an off-ramp and box their car in, that's pretty nasty. So even though nobody was shot, nobody was hurt, these guys should get a long sentence, and I hope they do. Well, I got a lot covered here in what isn't that long of a time. Should I do one more topic? I'm going to do one more topic. I'm going to do a bonus topic. Nothing to do with poker or gambling, but it's a topic I haven't talked about in a while. The topic is the COVID vaccine. You may have heard in the news that RFK Jr. announced that the COVID vaccine will not be available in the U.S. anymore to anyone who is under 65 unless a doctor specifically orders it for them for a medical need. And there's been a lot of panic on social media about this. And I want to tell you how I feel. Now, first of all, and this is a big problem with any kind of COVID debate. First of all, in very few COVID debates online does anyone bring up Omicron and how COVID has changed. And that drives me up the freaking wall because both sides are stupid about this. So you have people on the right who say COVID was never a big deal. It was always like the flu. It was always nothing, and the left just made it seem like it was a huge deal and killing people, and they were just lying to you the whole way. And you see now it's not a big deal. Nobody's masking. No, people aren't getting vaxxed, and everyone's fine. So look, we were right. That's what people on the political right are saying when they argue about COVID online. And people on the left are saying, oh my God, everybody's so irresponsible. COVID is still very dangerous. 25% of people have long COVID and it's crippling them. And COVID's doing all these awful things to people and causing all these deaths still, and people don't realize it, and it's still so dangerous. And people just kind of gave up on it, and the media went along with it, and this is bad, 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 and terrible, 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 and COVID is such a huge danger to us, and why are people not taking it seriously anymore just because some time passed? Well, those are both arguments which are incorrect. These arguments are not intellectually honest. In some cases, people are intentionally leaving out important details on both sides, and in some cases they're just ignorant and believe what they're saying, but they're just wrong. It is important to separate COVID into two eras, two very distinct eras. There is the 2020 through early 2022 era, which was the original through Delta era, where COVID was very dangerous, and it was killing a lot of people, and it was killing a good number of people who were middle-aged, and even some unlucky people who were younger than that. But especially once you got past age 45, there was a lot of COVID death. So I was in the age range at the time, in 2020, 2021, that was dying of COVID. COVID was a dangerous disease back then for anyone over 45. And if you say otherwise, then you did not look at the data. You were not paying attention. You were in your bubble, and you were believing what was told to you, but you weren't actually doing any research. You were not looking at the truth, because it was a dangerous virus that was killing a lot of people over 45, especially the elderly, but also a lot of middle-aged people in 2020, in 2021, and in the very beginning of 2022. Then it mutated to Omicron. Omicron is a completely different form of COVID. It's also COVID, but it is much, much, much milder. So the middle-aged deaths pretty much stopped, except for those that were already dying from having Delta beforehand. But once the people who had Delta that hung out for a few months before succumbing to it, once those people were gone or recovered, the middle-aged deaths basically disappeared, as did anyone younger than middle age. Yeah, there were some outliers here and there. But really, if you were under 65, you were no longer realistically in danger of dying from COVID, unless you had some unusual medical circumstance of some severe medical issue that left you very vulnerable, to where you'd know it if you were. So the average person was not vulnerable to COVID killing them anymore, or doing major harm to them anymore, starting early 2022, because COVID had mutated to Omicron. And it wasn't because of the vaccine. The left loves to say, oh, the vaccine did it. See, we vaxxed our way into a much less serious COVID. No, that's not how it works. These viruses always do this. This is how the Spanish flu ended 100 years prior, and there was no vaccines back then. The viruses mutate, and eventually they get to the point where they're mutating to survive better. And the way they survive better is by making people less sick and killing fewer people, so people can keep walking around the society and spread it. Because if you're dead, you can't spread it. And if you're sick in bed and you can't leave, you can't really spread it except to people in your own house. So the way you can spread it best is if it's mild and you can still walk around and it's not a huge deal. So they mutate naturally to be like that. So the Spanish flu, about 100 years before COVID, eventually mutated into a regular flu. COVID mutated to the Omicron version of COVID, which isn't the flu, but it is kind of flu-like at this point for most people. The flu kills the elderly also, by the way. In the 2019 flu season, 80,000 people in the U.S. died of the flu, mostly elderly. So, yes, COVID is more dangerous for the elderly than the flu, but for everybody under 65, COVID is just not dangerous anymore as far as killing them or causing major damage, except for a few outliers. Just like the flu. If you get the flu and you're under 65, you typically don't think you're going to die of it, and you rarely do. Same thing with COVID right now. So that's been the case for over 3 years, since it mutated to Omicron. Had nothing to do with the vaccine. It just mutated to something far less dangerous. Omicron was honestly a bit of a miracle in that it did it so fast. It went from the most dangerous version of COVID, which is Delta, to Omicron, which was orders of magnitude less dangerous even for the elderly. Even a lot fewer elderly were dying of COVID And the average age dying of COVID went way up at that point, especially the median age. So Omicron's mutation saved millions upon millions of lives. It was a great thing, the Omicron mutation. And it was way more contagious than Delta. It knocked Delta out, and Delta disappeared. And every variant we've had since then has been a form of Omicron. And it is unlikely that COVID will ever mutate into something more dangerous again. And that's because of the pattern we've seen with viruses like it. And this is not the first coronavirus that we've seen. In fact, a lot of colds are coronaviruses. This is important stuff to know. We had two different eras of COVID. The dangerous era and the flu-like era. We are in, and will continue to be in, the flu-like era of COVID, probably for the rest of your life. COVID's not going to disappear, but it's also not going to mutate into something dangerous again. It's going to stay like this. In fact, there's just a new news story I saw yesterday. Oh, new variant of COVID in California. And you have to read down into the article to see, well, we don't see any evidence that it's any worse than the previous variant, which means more of the same. Nothing to worry about. The only thing I guess you can say you can worry about is that you're more likely to catch it if you had COVID before. If you had the previous COVID, now you can probably get this one too more easily because it's a different variant. But that's it. It's the same severity. It's not any more dangerous than any of the COVIDs for the last 3+ years. Two different eras. So on the left, we still have people panicking as if we had the old COVID, and they put a lot of intellectually dishonest tweets out there with data from 2020 and 2021 and articles about 2020 and 2021 and research about 2020 and 2021 and act as if it's current. So they are presenting threats of COVID from the first era, even though we're in the second era that had nothing to do with the first era. So things that were dangerous about COVID in 2020 do not apply today. You can disregard them. But they share articles and research from those days because they want to scare you. That's what a lot of the left-wing COVID grifters are doing. A lot of it's just for clicks and social media attention and sometimes for money. On the right, you have people who are saying, look, the vaccine was a big scam. The vaccine has killed tons of people, which is not true. It's killed a small number of people, but it's not has not killed tons of people. The vaccine was a net positive, especially for people 45 plus. If you want to say that it was a net negative for kids, that's very possible. But for people 45 plus, it definitely was not a net negative. It was a very positive thing to take at the time in 2020, 2021 when it came out. But a lot on the right are saying that the vaccine was a big scam. It killed and harmed a lot of people. And that COVID was never a big deal. And the proof is, hey, look at all the unvaccinated people now, they're fine. And that COVID is just like the flu now. But they don't say now. They just say it's just like the flu. It's always been like that, which is not true. They ignore, once again, there's two eras. So with this news that you can't get the vaccine unless you're over 65 or have a real medical need for it, you have people on the right saying, good, RFK Jr. has realized the vaccine was a scam. This is evidence of it. Anyone who still wants to take this is a moron. They're just harming themselves. It's good this is finally being banned. And in fact, we'd like to ban it for everybody, not just for people who are under 65. But this is a good start. And anyone who took the vaccine was a moron. That's what people on the right are saying about this law. People on the left are saying this is horrible. And then they're sharing all these terrible things that happened because of COVID. And they don't bother to mention these were all things from 2020 and 2021. So what's the truth here? The truth is that for a while now, even the CDC has said they do not recommend the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, for anyone under 65 unless they have an unusual medical need for it, such as immune system problems. That's what the CDC has put out for quite some time. This is just making it to where you can't choose to disregard that and get it anyway. The reason this was said is because this vaccine was rushed without safety testing. They did very little safety testing. It was impossible to do normal phase 3 safety testing because that requires a lot of passage of time. And we did not have the luxury of time because people were dying of the Delta variant in 2021 at a very high rate. So we needed to get that vaccine out quickly. And it did save a lot of lives, especially the elderly. And it was good that that came out. They did mislead people about its safety. It wasn't anywhere as dangerous as the right likes to say it is, but it did more harm than they claimed it would do. It did kill more people than they said it would. It did cause weird effects in people more than they said it would. It had far worse side effects than they claimed it did. So there was a lot of propaganda, pro-vaccine propaganda, that was meant to get people to take it and achieve this herd immunity that never happened. So that was dishonest on the part of the government at the time and the media. But the truth is, it was a smart thing to take if you were over 45. That's why I took it. When I took the vaccine, I knew for sure I was having something injected in me that was a risk. It was a small but real risk of death or something very serious. And it was also a risk of doing other harmful things that weren't going to cause death, but were going to be very unpleasant. I did not get anything like that to my knowledge, but I knew it was a risk. But I knew a greater risk to me at the time, 2021, was COVID. I knew COVID had a much higher chance of killing me than the vaccine did. So I took the vaccine. I've explained that before here, and I still stand by that. But you don't see that being presented by many people in this argument about the current law about the vaccine that was just passed. You don't see that. You see one extreme or the other. You see either vaccine great, people should take it, people are underestimating how terrible COVID is on one side, and you see the other side saying, no, vaccine is evil, COVID was no big deal, whole thing's a scam. Nobody's saying, hey, two different COVIDs out there. I shouldn't say nobody, but not much of it. So the truth is this. The vaccine did not ever go through the safety testing. It was approved through an emergency authorization. And that emergency is no longer. So I understand why that emergency authorization is essentially being revoked. And that it's the type of thing now you should only be getting if you have a strong medical need for it, meaning you're either over 65 or you've got conditions that make it dangerous for you to get COVID. So I understand the thinking here, that this is a vaccine that would have never been approved without this proper safety testing if it were not for the emergency that is no longer. And that is basically why RFK Jr. made the decision he did. At the same time, I can understand that since it's already out there, and since we have, in a way, had a safety trial by so many people taking it now for over 4 years, there is a lot of data to observe. There is now semi-long-term data to look at. And while the vaccine definitely was not as safe as they claimed, it's nowhere near as bad as a lot of anti-vaxxers say. It's not even close. So I really am more of the belief that if you want to take it, and you're not over 65 and you don't have some kind of major immune system problem or some other reason that it would be medically necessary, but if you still want to take it, you should be able to. Because it can be helpful in preventing or lowering the severity of symptomatic COVID. Now, how much is not really well known. You can definitely get symptomatic COVID after taking the vaccine. In fact, that happened to me. But I will tell you, I got a very mild version of it. The version I had in 2024 was worse than the 2022 version. And in 2024, I hadn't taken the vaccine in years. So maybe that was the difference. Now, I didn't have a horrendous version of it. But I did have a worse version in 2024, and that showed up of all times during the World Series of Poker main event, which was tough on me. I'm not saying I should have taken the vaccine, and I'm not going to until I'm over 65, even if it were allowed. But I can see how people would believe that they are getting benefit out of it, especially if they've been taking it all this time, and they have had no adverse reactions. In fact, there's some people who can take it with no side effect. I get side effects when I take it. I get very sick. But there's some people that take it and don't get sick at all. So if you can take it, the side effects are minimal, and you think it's a net positive for you and you've experienced no difficulty from it, then I do think it is your choice to be able to take it, just like I felt it was your choice to not take it. I was never of the belief that everyone should be forced to take the vaccine, and I'm also not of the belief that people should be forced not to take it if they want it. Because if you've been taking it for 4 years and nothing's happened to you, you're probably pretty safe. Yeah, there could be something long-term you haven't seen yet, but you're probably pretty safe if you've gone through it 4 years. You're very unlikely to just kick the bucket all of a sudden after you've been taking it for 4 years. So for that reason, I think people should have the freedom to choose to take it. However, again, I can see the other side. The other side's basically saying there's no emergency anymore. There's no reason to allow this vaccine to be taken by everybody when it has not been tested properly for safety. But as I just said, it kind of has, in a way, just from all the people taking it for the past 4+ years. So I'm kind of neutral on this. I don't think it's a tragedy that this is being disallowed for a lot of people. And one of the reasons is because of the misinformation. A lot of the people who are taking the COVID vaccine are ones who are, and I'm talking about people who are under 65. The elderly, I understand. But the non-elderly, healthy people taking the vaccine still, a lot of them are in a misinformation bubble where they're constantly being scared about long COVID and about all the great things the vaccine is doing to hold back COVID and how you really have to do this or you're going to be in trouble. And people are scared not to take it. And these people are also ignorant in many cases as far as the difference in COVID's danger in the 2021 years versus the present years. So some of the reason that they are disallowing it is because they don't want people taking this experimental vaccine based upon misinformation that's making it sound a lot better and safer than it really is. So there is an argument to be had that this is saving people from doing something stupid that they don't really need, and it can be harmful to them because they're receiving misinfo on the internet. And there's a lot of misinfo about the vaccine on both sides. I will say that a lot of the people I've seen on social media who talk about why they are taking the vaccine really do not understand or know the COVID statistics. And they are actually shocked when I present them these statistics of how few people under 65 are presently dying of it. And if you take out those who have major disease otherwise, people who are experiencing major immune system problems or suffering from stage 4 cancer or other major ailments that are likely to kill them soon anyway and that have left their body in a very weak state. If you take that group out, you have almost nobody dying who's under 65 who's getting COVID presently. Whereas in 2020 and 2021, a lot of people were dying who were otherwise healthy and got COVID. So a lot of people don't know that. A lot of these vaccine takers don't know that. They still are living in 2020 and 2021. They're reading studies and articles that were about those years and don't know it. I don't see all that many people taking the vaccine who have all the present information and know the present death risk and are realistic about how serious this long COVID thing really is. And let me touch on that for a second, because I can tell you about long COVID because not only have I had long COVID, but my son had long COVID. My son had long COVID from, was probably a Delta infection, the very end of Delta in January 2022. And he had fatigue, very different fatigue. Like, it wasn't just that he was tired. It was, he had to take naps every day for 6 months that he didn't have to do before. He wasn't a little baby at that point. And it took getting COVID again, the Omicron version, 6 months later, and recovering from that to where he no longer had the fatigue. So strangely enough, his body fighting off Omicron COVID cleared out the long COVID symptoms. But anyway, it was 6 months. It was 6 months of unusual fatigue he had that definitely followed the COVID bout he had. And then I had a cough that stuck around for 3 months after my COVID that I got in July of 2024. So anyone who tells you long COVID is fake is lying to you. It is real. The problem is it's exaggerated by a lot of people on the left who want to incite panic. And they'll provide you with statistics which sound terrible until you ask them to clarify and they start getting cagey with you. For example, I'll see a statistic about such and such percentage of people report long COVID symptoms for up to 12 months. And it's something that's scary high, like 20% or 25%. And you say, oh my God, that's terrible. A quarter of the population getting long COVID? Okay, we got to keep vaxxing. And I go, wait a minute, hold on a second. What does up to 12 months mean? That could mean anything. That means you could have long COVID that lasts a week. Or it could be like me, my cough that stayed around for 3 months. It wasn't pleasant. I didn't like it. But it didn't do me any harm. It went away after 3 months. So what do you mean long COVID up to 12 months? That's a weird way of putting it. In fact, shouldn't it be wanting to know who has long COVID over 12 months? Shouldn't that be the question? Who here has had long COVID that has lasted longer than a year? And then see what percentage that is? But instead they put out misleading graphs like up to 12 months. And you have to stop and go, whoa, hold on. Why are you looking for that? Furthermore, there are coincidences. There are times where you will get some kind of chronic health issue that will happen to follow COVID that didn't have to do with the COVID, especially if you're older. If you're over 50, you've probably noticed that you have certain chronic health issues that just popped up out of nowhere that you didn't have before. Even if it's not major, just some kind of issue you never had before in your life and now you have it and you can't get rid of it. This happens a lot if you're over 50. So let's say you have COVID and you recover and then 2 weeks later you have this issue. Oh, it's long COVID, you think. Well, maybe not. Maybe it was going to come anyway just because you're older. So I think there's a lot of that too, where people are mistaking just chronic health issues that were going to come anyway for long COVID. It's not like the issue tells you, hey, by the way, I'm here because of COVID. So there's a lot of junk science involved with determining the long COVID rates and a lot of statistical trickery that I don't like. The whole thing is dishonest. I'm willing to listen about long COVID symptoms. There's a lot about COVID we still don't know, but you've got to be honest about it. If you're going to start posting graphs to me about, quote, up to 12 months and put up some staggering percentage, well, that's just not an honest way of presenting it. And if you're going to do that, I just know you're just trying to pull bullshit to incite panic, or you're brainwashed to do so. So anyway, the point is, I don't think you should take the vaccine if you're under 65. There is a risk. There is a potential downside. There's no vaccine that exists that has no risk. Every single vaccine you take has risk. These mRNA vaccines, there's a lot that's not known about them and their effect on your body. So you can't just trivialize that you are taking some sort of risk by taking these vaccines. Even if you've been taking it for 4 years, there is still a risk. And you have to balance that against your risk of COVID, which, if you're under 65, is still pretty low as far as doing something harmful to you. So it just does not make sense from a mathematical equation or logical standpoint to take that vaccine right now if you're under 65. But again, if you want to, I don't think it's the worst thing, because it's not going to harm anyone else. At worst, it's harming yourself. And I think most people that are going to take the vaccine needlessly are not going to harm themselves. It's just not going to help them very much. So I'm very big on medical freedom and letting people make their own decisions. I don't like gatekeeping. So I'm leaning more to the side of not liking that decision, but I understand it and I'm almost neutral. That's how I feel. But just be aware, all the arguments you read about COVID on social media tend to be garbage. Even ones that come from doctors or epidemiologists or other so-called health experts, keep in mind that they're usually tweeting for engagement and they're presenting you with very biased information, biased data, manipulated statistics, trickery, whatever, to get you to believe their side and to keep engaging with them. So keep that in mind. I just wanted to get that out because it's annoying me. Like, I don't know what bothers me more. The people on social media that claim that the vaccine was horrible and terrible and killed all these people and greatly exaggerate the harm it caused and claim it was a huge net negative. Those people bother me. The people who say COVID, the whole thing was a big scam, bother me. And the people in constant COVID panic that use information from 5 years ago of a totally different version of COVID that was far more dangerous and act like that's the issue today, those people pissed me off too. They piss me off just as much. In fact, sometimes those people piss me off more, not because they're on the other side politically, which they are, but because they present themselves as the intellectuals. They present themselves as the ones who are using the science. They claim to be the informed ones, talking down to the ignorant hicks who don't want to take the vaccine, who don't know better, who don't have the titles and the education like they do. And if they're lying to you, those people piss me off even more. In fact, I called out one of them recently on Twitter. All right, that's it. I haven't done a COVID segment in a while, so now you got one for about half an hour. Now I'm really done. Okay, this time I'm not going to stop it. This time we're going to get all the way through this outro. I'm not going to decide to do another topic. This is it. We're really finished. It's really over. The good news is I'm going to archive the entire thing in one part because we're not quite long enough to do a two-parter. With the break included, it ended up more than 5 hours, but, you know, once I edit it, it should go down below 5, especially once I remove the break, so it's just not long enough to split into two parts. For some shows, 2+ hours would be very long, but for this show, it's pretty damn short, so I just can't bring myself to do a 2-hour part 1 or part 2. So we're just going to do the whole damn thing. I'm going to bear down and do it. I'm sure in the upcoming weeks of the World Series of Poker, we will have more stories to bring you. Remember, on Poker Fraud Alert, I bring you the stories that I think you are interested in. I don't really care who wins bracelets. I don't care who's winning money. I don't care about that stuff. I don't care about the poker play aspect unless something's like really unusual or interesting. What I care about are stories that are from the series, that are unusual, that stick out, that are entertaining, that are weird. That's the type of stuff I like to cover. I like every year for you to feel like you're actually there. You're actually experiencing it for yourself. Part of the action, so to speak. And to me, the interesting part of the World Series as an observer is just all the side stories, all the weird stuff that goes on, all the controversy every year that we seem to run into. I mean, everyone's going to win a bracelet in every event. There's going to be one winner in every event. So that stuff's not exciting. What interests me are the things we don't expect. But what I can expect is that in a few seconds this show is going to be over. So as always, good afternoon, good night, good morning, shalom.